Mr. President, Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to see you all here to welcome you at the second forum, recovery forum of the Zhytomyr region. I'm happy that you have braved the snow and made it here this morning. Everyone here in the audience, and also happy to welcome those watching us via video stream. Я, звичайно, дуже радий вітати всіх учасників з України сьогодні. Today's forum is a follow-up event to the first forum that took place in Zhytomyr. And Estonia is very happy to work together with Ukraine on the recovery of the whole country, but especially of the Zhytomyr region. And even if Ukraine is fighting, as we speak, for its freedom and for ours, it's still time to think about the after the war, the після війни. Well, no matter how strange that phrase sounds today, but actually the future is starting today, and that's why we are gathered here today. But without further ado, let me give the floor to the President of Estonia, Mr. Algaris. The floor is yours.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I am pleased to welcome you all here today in Tallinn to the second recovery forum of the Zhytomyr region. I would like to extend an especially warm welcome to our Ukrainian friends, both online and offline. I visited Kiev shortly after the Russian troops withdraw from the region. The burned remains of residential houses, children playing next to mining gardens, trees decapitated by explosions. I saw destruction beyond imagination. The sight was so horrific, no words can describe it. Evil is yet again plundering through Europe, but we will not let this evil win. We will help our Ukrainian friends resist, survive, fight, and win this unjustified war. To rebuild what aggressors destroyed will be a long journey, but even the longest road begins with the first step, and any journey seems shorter if your friends come along. I can assure you that we will be with you. Our support for the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine has begun. It runs in parallel with the military and humanitarian support for Ukraine. Our support is based on the needs, expectations, plans and priorities of Ukraine. Like my colleague, President Zelensky, suggested, we would choose a concrete region to cooperate with. The region is Zhytomyr, where 1.3 million people lived before the 24th of February. We hope this example will encourage others to take the action. While Estonia may have been one of the first to come up with ideas, we are seeking cooperation in order to amplify their projects and are looking forward to involve other donors. I am therefore particularly glad to see our Portuguese friends here today. We have their own experiences to share in Zhytomyr. Another important element in supporting the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine is to support economic cooperation. Strong Ukrainian companies and industries are holding up the economy and contributing to a fast recovery today. We encourage everyone to hold up or build new business-to-business contacts and investment opportunities. There are so many. For example, Ukraine is already a strong, digitalized IT country with a long-term digital transformation plan, to which Estonia has been able to contribute with money, time, and talent. Now the mobile-based e-governance platform DIA sets an example for us. Our common destination is clear, contributing to the rebuilding of a strong European state that is a member of EU and NATO. Ukraine itself has set a very ambitious task to fulfill the 7 steps set by the European Commission by the end of the year. The worst blow is half the battle, as the old proverb says. However, the deeply rooted reform of a state on such a scale is rather a marathon than a sprint. I am convinced that Ukraine is fully committed to long-term reforms. Dear Ukrainian friends, Estonian readiness to stand with you throughout these reforms with all our knowledge and energy is also long-term. Estonia has undergone a highly successful reforms itself. The trust of our people in state institutions is high. I am certain that our experience is relevant and I will continue to share it. To attract foreign investments and contributions from international organizations and donors, the reforms in the area of rule of law, including building a neutral and professional justice system, are most important. The reforms also give Ukrainian people hope and trust, as well as a desire and willingness to return home to contribute to building a new Ukraine. Together, we will be building better Ukraine, more beautiful, innovative, and sustainable than before the war. I believe we owe it to the brave heroes who have given their lives in the fight against the aggression. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would still keep you for 1 minute on the stage because we have in the audience Mariana Ostrovska from Ukraine as a representative of the Zhytomyr region and the advisor to the first deputy speaker of the Verkhovna Rada. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, on behalf of all Ukrainian people, I want to thank you and present you a bracelet made of steel from Azovstal. This is a symbol of our spirit, strength, faith in victory, and our Ukrainian-Estonian cooperation. Let me tie it for you. Aitäh.
Very small hand. Should I help?
Yes.
You can finish it up.
Oh, thank you. I think it will be so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Дуже вам дякую, пані Островська. Well, the steel of Azovstal obviously reminds us all those who have given their lives for the freedom of Ukraine. So I would like to ask you to honor their memory with a minute of silence. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, I would like to give the floor for the opening keynote speech to the Foreign Minister of Estonia, Urmas Reinsalu. The floor is yours.
Honorable President, members of Diplomatic Corps, Excellencies, members of Verkhovna Rada, representatives of Zhytomyr Oblast, dear Estonian people, business people, academia members. Estonia has given a clear pledge that we will be a coordinating country, as Ukrainian President, as Mr. President referred, asked to be supporters of Zhytomyr Oblast reconstruction. This was a decision by the previous Estonian government. The current government also clearly stated it. This is our approach, how we can, in recovery projects, best support Ukraine. And it does anyhow exclude any other nation-to-nation programs, either in cyber domain, digitalization, whatever issues, particularly covering energy crisis or military support, we are capable to do to support Ukrainian people, to invest to Ukrainian victory. Our conference, as I've heard, as first conference took place in Ukrainian soil in Zhytomyr in the end of September, and the current one here in Tallinn as a second conference. These are precedents. There have been donors conferences, recovery conferences, which are universal, which cover all the country of Ukraine, but not regional ones. And our main task is to make a practical delivery set in coming time, but also to be an example. And we are fully ready to share with all, as European, but also other countries, our experience and how we look this project will be executed and what we have done already. This is, I think, of the most important element of this conference also, to share views, the expectations, and practical expectations by our Ukrainian friends, Zhytomyr representatives, but also by representatives of other countries and Estonian state and our institutions. We believe, and they have been, I have discussed with my colleagues from other European countries, some countries have already followed the course as Estonia did in the spring and taken particular region. Other Baltic countries, Nordic countries are discussing. Some countries are in a way hesitant, saying that isn't it too early? Isn't it too early start to recovery already when the victory has not achieved? And my message has been a full determination to explain that vice versa. This is a best moment to start immediately right now, in the midst of these atrocities, in the midst of war. Because the people of Ukraine, there is, I think, as they need heat, energy, more weapons, they need hope. And this particular friendship, which has created from the cooperation also of this Zhytomyr Oblast, Estonia, I feel that we have created also a special relation. And we are giving also to the people of this oblast hope that as the whole world, free world, stands by them, there is also one country on earth whose particular concern is these brave Ukrainians who live in Zhytomyr Oblast. And in that sense, I would very much stress that this way of creating recovery projects to have a control, cooperation, dialogue directly is the most transparent, the speediest, and I would say also the optically most quickly seen cooperation projects we have felt. And this is a huge added value as to the possible donor countries, but also, I think, to the people of this region. So let me stress on behalf of the Estonian government that we do not anyhow have exclusivity over development cooperation projects towards Zhytomyr Oblast, but we would like very much to combine with you also particular projects in this scope, what for you is interesting, as it could be educational domain. And this is, I'm truly proud that I had several talks with my Portuguese colleague, that we are already, my Portuguese colleague visited also this demolished, destructed school in Zhytomyr town center, and Portugal is going to support in reconstruction of this school, and we truly welcome that. And we are fully opened as Estonia, and I'm sure all the officials also from Zhytomyr Oblast side, to work out these networking projects together with other countries. Secondly, this is about Zhytomyr Oblast project. This is the first regional recovery conference which takes place outside Ukraine, as first was in the Ukrainian territory. And I hope that we are going to, as we have many plans, to implement it in a most comprehensive manner. What does it mean? We are not just doing by state sponsoring projects to any kind of infrastructure projects solely, but we look after cooperation formats between the local governments, and I truly welcome here a chairman of Tallinn City Council, Mr. Osinovsky, between academia, as there are prominent higher education institutions in Zhytomyr Oblast, between the business community, between the third sector, that it should be a comprehensive approach. And surely there is a lot of flexibility in these harsh times. We need to act immediately, and I think one of the key priorities, what also Ukrainian president stated, that in all these development cooperation projects, the most important now is to give people chance to survive. And this means living permits, that people do have a place to live, because indeed we look these atrocities were going on. And from the Zhytomyr project, I will make some remarks also on a comprehensive approach towards Ukrainian victory. And when we are speaking, there is a lot of talk starting, and I welcome that, about the new European security architecture. Then the precondition of that should be respect to territorial integrity of independent countries. Otherwise, we can't restore European security, which is now in ruins. And by saying that, it will mean a Ukrainian victory, which would mean full liberation of Ukrainian territory, full liberation. It should be not only a question or to answer to Ukrainian state, Ukrainian leaders, what are the conditions they are looking for peace. But it should be also our task to say what are the preconditions to European security order we can live with in a sustainable way. And secondly, also it should be one precondition to European security architecture be accountability. These who commit genocidal war, these who commit act of aggression should be accountable as also a deterrent to new possible aggressions. And thirdly, there should be also a place to reparations, full reparations for the atrocities which have been committed against the people and state of Ukraine. And in these moments, when we speak about the European security architecture, and maybe there are remarks about a dialogue on that matter between Europe and Russia, I think it is a wrong perspective. We should see Russia as it is, an existential threat to European security, existential threat literally right now to physical existence of Ukrainian people and Ukrainian state. And our all determination should be investment without caveats to Ukrainian victory, which would mean more weapons deliveries. The amounts what Europe has delivered in weapons aid to Ukraine, these are valuable, and I think all the free world people are grateful to the governments for these decisions. But they are far less what is needed. To measure these amounts, this could be measurable by the cost of Summer Olympic Games. And this, unfortunately, is far from enough. Ukraine immediately needs tanks, long-range missiles, air defense. These are the particular pledges. And we, in a comprehensive approach, we allies do have in our stockpiles the weapons. We are capable to deliver. And we should do it immediately. And this was, by many countries, message chorus in NATO foreign ministers meeting, and on Monday there will be a European Union foreign ministers meeting, and I'm sure this is going to be also on the discussion. And secondly, an aid to support energy infrastructure of Ukraine. There was last week a G7 arranged, and I'm truly grateful for Germany arranging that event, donors conference. There's going to be a French arranged Paris donors conference, and I hope there will be practical deliverables which could be executed right now, literally on days perspective, because time is crucial. We are doing from Estonian side what we can. We are sending generators, we are sending energy transformation equipment, but the one side is indeed to help energy system of Ukraine to survive, but from the other hand, it would be a vicious circle if we are not delivering also the shield to Ukraine, air defense to defend this infrastructure. Otherwise, literally, during the same day after reparations, the Russian forces will again launch another attack and destruct what we have recreated. So, friends, Ukraine will prevail, Ukraine will win. There will be days when Ukraine will be member of European Union, member of NATO, and Estonia does everything on these aims what is needed. You can count on Estonian country, our all institutions, either private or public, and love and loyalty of our people who are proud for their fight for freedom. Long live freedom, long live Ukraine, long live friendship between our great nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for setting the scene for our discussions. Next, I would like to turn to Zhytomyr. We will see a short video prepared by the people of Zhytomyr.
Відбудова України – це не тільки про те, що треба зробити потім, після нашої перемоги, але й про те, що треба робити у цей час. І ми маємо робити це разом з нашими партнерами, з усім демократичним світом. Робити вже зараз.
Давайте. Оп. Є.
As the Minister mentioned, Portugal is an important partner for Estonia in Zhytomyr and also at today's conference. So we will now turn to a video greeting by the Foreign Minister of Portugal, Mr. João Carvinho.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, honorable guests, dear colleagues. Today is the 287th day as the Ukrainian people selflessly fight full-scale Russian aggression, and the 287th day as the Russian invaders are trying to implement the criminal plans for the genocide of the Ukrainian people, for the destruction of Ukraine. Russia attempts to undermine Ukraine's stability and resolve to fight by missiles attacks on Ukraine cities, towns and villages failed. We continued fighting against invaders. One of the Russia's key goals in the war it has launched is to destroy Ukraine's economy, to make us a failed state which would not be able to resist Russia's pressure and influence. That is why, with the help of our Western partners, we need to restore Ukraine's infrastructure and economy when we win. Now, huge resources are needed to recover the liberated territories of Ukraine from which Russian troops continue to retreat, leaving behind destroyed infrastructure. The leadership of Ukraine developed and approved the Fast Recovery Plan of Ukraine. This plan is essentially a roadmap of priority needs in the process of post-war reconstruction of Ukraine. Fast recovery requires urgent implementation. It provides for the 100% restoration of the housing stock in the deoccupied territories so that people can return home and receive a minimum number of services. Fast Recovery Plan is a project to restore damaged critical infrastructure. The Fast Recovery Plan provides for the rapid reconstruction of social infrastructure and is one of the most important elements of the long-term recovery plan of Ukraine. Estonia was one of the first European countries to join the implementation of project for the post-war reconstruction of Ukrainian infrastructure. We are talking about 2 joint projects on the construction of a kindergarten in our Zhytomyr region and the restoration of the bridge in the same region, which was sponsored by the Estonian government. In this context, I once again would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Estonian side for the consistent support and active assistance that Estonia has been providing to Ukraine since the first days of the Russian invasion. We are also grateful to Estonia for providing various humanitarian aid to Ukraine. In particular, grateful to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia for providing a new package of aid on November 12th. I would especially like to thank our Estonian friends for temporary protection of Ukrainian citizens forced to leave Ukraine because of the war. We will never forget it. We are grateful to the Estonian side for its willingness to hold the second Zhytomyr Recovery Forum on December 7th in Tallinn on the post-war reconstruction at the region. This forum is a logical continuation of the first regional forum on the recovery of the territories of Zhytomyr region affected by Russian aggression, which took place on September 27th in Ukraine. We hope that new Estonian and foreign companies will be attracted to the recovery of Zhytomyr region. The generous financial and technical international system is warmly welcomed. It's the best investment in the safety and long-term well-being of families in Europe and beyond. Only joint efforts of Ukraine and all democratic forces of Europe and the world will allow us to win and protect our future and the future of our children. I am convinced that tens of years will pass after the victory, and the Estonian flag will fly over the objects that your state is restoring today for our people. Believe me, the gratitude to the Estonian people or these ordinary people who are suffering today from Russian aggression is not only great, but will be passed on to future generations. Thank you. Aitäh. Дякую. Слава Україні.
Thank you very much. Well, the sharpest observers among you might have noticed that this was not the foreign minister of Portugal, but the first deputy speaker of the Verkhovna Rada, Alexander Kornienko, whose message was nevertheless very pertinent. But, after the enthusiasm of supporters of the Portuguese football team's success, we'll have a second go and we'll switch on the Foreign Minister of Portugal, João Corvinha.
Dear friends, thank you very much for organizing this important second edition of the Forum for the Recovery of the Zhytomyr region. Unfortunately, distance and previous commitments do not allow me to be present, but I did want to send this message, because although Portugal and Estonia are geographically at opposite ends of the European Union, our two countries are very close when it comes to values and to the protection and promotion of peace, security, and prosperity on the European continent. And today, this geographical distance is once again overcome with the aim of rebuilding Ukraine together. I was in the city of Zhytomyr last August and had the opportunity to speak personally with the local authorities and to visit some of the sites hit by Russian missiles. I saw with my own eyes the Lyceum number 25, which was totally destroyed. When a school is destroyed by bombs, it is not only its walls that have to be rebuilt. Its children's universe is shattered. Parents can no longer see a stable and secure future for their children. Teachers lose their place of work and their space for transmission of knowledge. When a school is destroyed by bombs, it is not only its walls that are torn down. It is everything that we have built together over the past almost 80 years. The 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that everyone has the right to education. And education is not just a right, but a passport to human development that opens doors and expands opportunities and freedoms. It is a fundamental human right, and it is essential for achieving peace. That is why Portugal did not hesitate, as early as last May, to commit to the reconstruction of educational institutions in Ukraine. This commitment was made in particular for the Zhytomyr region, and we are focusing more specifically together with the Ukrainian regional and national authorities, on the reconstruction of the Lyceum number 25. We will help this Lyceum to be a school of the future, of innovation and knowledge, as the Zhytomyr authorities want it to be. We intend to receive Ukrainian teachers from the region in training seminars, which we'll organize here in Portugal. Also here in Portugal, we will continue welcoming with open arms the approximately 5,000 Ukrainian refugee pupils in our Portuguese schools until they can return to their Ukrainian schools. And we will work together to build an education program to be implemented in the future Lyceum number 25. Because it is in schools that peace begins. Portugal is very well represented today in this forum by our ambassador, by members of the Portuguese Ministry of Education, and I know that you will all together take important steps to quickly return to some normality in Zhytomyr, and this will be the greatest victory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now is the time to start our first panel discussion on principles of recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine. And I would leave the floor to the moderator of the first panel, the Secretary General of the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Jonatan Vseviov.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I will introduce the panel in a second. But I thought I should say something first, sitting too close to the thing here. I hope it's just me who's being bothered by it. Anyhow, good morning, welcome to the second Zhytomyr Recovery Conference. As you all know, if there's a second, there's going to be a third, and then there's going to be a fourth. And as the saying goes, we're in this for as long as it takes. I had a discussion a few days ago with the Ukrainian ambassador on this and other things we in the West tend to say. And she pointed out the fact that it is somewhat unclear what we mean when we say for as long as it takes. So let me be absolutely clear what we mean when we say for as long as it takes. At the risk of repeating what the foreign minister said, when we say for as long as it takes, we mean until absolute Ukrainian victory, a total discreditation of aggression as a tool, a full recovery of Ukraine, not just as a European country, but as a member state of the European Union. That's what we say. So welcome to the second conference. We have an outstanding panel I will introduce in a second, but a few principles from the Estonian perspective before we get started. Administrative remarks before anything else. This is a panel discussion. You are participating in the discussion. If you have questions or comments, let us know. We have microphones going around. You'll ask questions. We'll do our best to answer them. Other than that, it's a panel as any other. A few political principles. The minister addressed it to a certain extent. The question is why now and why we? Haven't we recognized that the war is still ongoing, that we have yet to achieve victory? Oh, we have. We know. There is a delegation from Estonia in Ukraine almost every week, every other week, if we're in slow season. We know. But reconstruction needs to start now because of three reasons. First, it's a moral imperative. There is not a second to be wasted when people are suffering under a war that is genocidal in its nature. Secondly, there's a strategic imperative. What the Russian Federation is doing right now is not just attacking Ukraine's military or Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, it is attacking hope. It's attacking hope. We're in this. It is our job to provide Ukraine with hope as best we possibly can. So this is a strategic policy of ours, one of many, to provide the Ukrainian people with hope. And finally, there's a practical imperative. We all know that reconstruction will take time, unfortunately. But even the longest of trips starts with the first step. It is extremely important to take the first step in the right direction. That's why we need to start now. in the right direction. Estonian government approved 10 principles for us in this area that are supposed to guide Estonia's policy. I'll go through them real quick and then I'll introduce the panel. First, everything that we do is guided by Ukraine's needs. Ukraine is in the driver's seat, not us, Ukraine. Secondly, we will attempt to be as active as we can and lead projects ourselves as opposed to just contributing funds to international bodies. International bodies do a great deal, and it's wonderful, and we'll do our part to help them. But we will try to be active in Ukraine ourselves. Third, everything that we do is guided by a desire to bring Ukraine closer to European Union membership. We know from our own past how difficult it is to meet all the different EU regulations and criteria. It's difficult even if you're not under attack. It's even more difficult if you are. So everything that we do today needs to adhere to EU criteria, EU membership criteria. Fourth, our ambition as a small country is to lead by example. Be faster, smarter, be in place first, and then attract others to join us. Our focus, fifth, is on the Zhytomyr region. We, sixth, will attempt to bring other EU member states and NATO allies along. Those who perhaps have more funds, who have more muscle, will attempt to bring them along. We are not in this just for Estonia's sake. We'll try to bring a community together. Seventh, we will utilize not just a whole of government, but a whole of society approach, bringing the Estonian business community and the NGOs on board as best we possibly can. Eighth, everything that we do is done with the idea that in the future, once this war has been won, responsibility for paying for what has been broken rests with those who broke it, meaning that the aggressor fundamentally, at the end of the day, is going to be responsible for picking up the bill. Ninth, we will focus on the most vulnerable segments of the society. And finally, 10th, as we're not only building physical infrastructure, but also digital infrastructure, we will attempt to utilize built-in security principles. Everything that we build today needs to withstand modern threats, not just physical, but also digital. These 10 principles hopefully will guide Estonia's approach in the reconstruction of Ukraine. Now, we've already listened to a video presentation by the first Deputy Chairman of the Ukrainian Parliament. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our outstanding panelists. First, from Ukraine, Mr. Vadim Halaychuk, the first Deputy Chairman of the Committee on Integration of Ukraine to the EU. Ms. Vivian Launela, representing the European Commission in Tallinn. And last but not least, His Excellency Kaimo Kuusk, our own ambassador in Kiev. Please join me in welcoming our outstanding panelists. This is a panel on principles that will guide us. And since it is an Estonian-hosted event, we will follow our principles, which means that Ukraine is in the driver's seat. So before we get started, let me turn to Mr. Halaychuk for a view from Ukraine. What needs to be done, how it should be done, what are your requests for the international community, for Estonia in particular, what are the challenges? So please, Mr. Halaychuk, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Thank you for organizing this conference, the first one. And whoever has the bravery to be the first one, of course, deserves for great rewards. And I'm sure that that's what will bring in return for your bravery, for all your support, when you become the first one to not to just conduct these conferences, but to actually implement projects in Ukraine. Let me start with a little story about people in Ukraine who lived on the temporarily occupied territories in Kherson. back in April, I think, there was an interesting news about interception that our military had made in communications between the Russian troops and their commanders in Kremlin or whatever. They, being the occupiers that were responsible for talking to the local people about cooperating, were complaining about the instructions that they had on what they need to tell the people, what sort of incentives they have to give them to bring them into cooperation. They told their curators in Kremlin that the instructions were quite poor because, for example, as one of the great perspectives, they were told to remind people about the wonderful past, about the wonderful history of the Soviet Union. And it was the end of April, and the May 1st and then the Victory Day, May 9th parade were coming up. And they were told to remind people how wonderful that was to walk with Soviet flags, whatever, in these major parades. And people listened to it and responded, parades, that's wonderful. What about our lives? How are we going to live? How are we going to teach our children? How are we going to conduct business? Ukraine is talking about joining the European Union. And we're on the path there. We all know what it is to live in the European Union. Even if you never visited European Union, you more or less have a very good idea of what a country that is a member state of the European Union looks like and what's life like. What does it mean to live in the Ruski Mir? They didn't have good answers for that. Because there are none. Nobody can explain with any sort of credibility what it is that could make a Ruski Mir on the occupied territories wonderful, a wonderful life for people there, for the future of their children. That's the main incentive, I would say. The recent numbers have shown tremendous support for both EU and NATO membership in Ukraine. Ukraine's been fairly divided over the issue of NATO for quite some time, less so on the issue of the European Union membership. However, that's all gone now. I mean, any doubts that there were are gone. So the support for this idea among Ukrainian public is huge. Moreover, it is huge in the European Union. The average numbers are still well above 50%, 60% in the support of Ukraine to join the EU. Why it's so important in the reconstruction prospects? Because, first of all, as you've spoken, hope. That's the main. That's something that Ukrainians have, and something that keeps us warm in our cold and dark homes now, something that also incentivizes businesses to invest inside of Ukraine, and, of course, for those outside of Ukraine, for many of you, I hope, to make a decision on how to invest. You all know well what European Union rules are on doing business, and therefore it will be a lot easier for you to make a decision whether to invest or not if you understand clear perspectives. That's why, since the date 3 of the war, when Ukraine submitted their application to become a candidate country, we in government, in parliament, the president himself had made it their priorities to talk to our European allies about very clear perspectives for Ukraine in the European Union. And that's Of course, here I'm talking to the converted in the sense that we can't imagine having more support than we're having from you here in Estonia, and that's also thank you very much for, but we need more help from you in persuading others. And the next step would actually be coming with the start of negotiations. And it's crucial because, again, the decision to start negotiating about Ukraine's accession into the European Union, we believe is a purely political one. Ukraine's been on the path to the European Union for quite some time now, and a lot of legislation and a lot of regulations have been implemented. And therefore, we are now gathering supports among our friends to help us to persuade the European Union institutions to not to delay in any way that process, because that will be crucial for the reconstruction process in general, for the businesses to make their decisions. And we strongly believe that it will be crucial for the European Union in general. We are now in bad need of all kinds of assistance. However, the projects that we're discussing now is something different. Those should not be charity projects anymore. Those should be investment projects, an investment in the future member state. And that's how we want you to look at it, and that's how we look at it. The European Union is changing. We all remember the days when Brexit was about to happen and happening, and people talking about the inefficiency, the complexity of the European Union, and even fall of the European Union in some foreseeable future, a possible fall because of how far distanced people felt from the Union, from the bureaucrats in Brussels. Well, with war in Ukraine, that has changed too. All of a sudden, the European Union becomes very well organized. All of a sudden, the European bureaucrats become very professional and very fast on decision making. And that's another example of why it is so important to use this momentum, this political momentum, this historical momentum, because Ukraine has a lot to offer. You are lucky with Zhytomyr region in a lot of senses. It's very well run. The friendship group that is very active, has organized this event and other events, is probably one of the most active in the Verkhovna Rada. Well, this is the first event. But then there's another thing very important. There's a lot of talk now in the European Union about the so-called strategic independence, strategic autonomy. And that means a lot of things. One of those is about the strategic raw materials, for example, on which Zhytomyr is a very, very rich and thus very interesting region. So therefore, the historical momentum, the possibilities that are opening up, of course, the future of security of Europe is decided in Ukraine. And therefore, whoever has come first, whoever had the bravery, whoever decided to invest their time, their money, their talent, as was spoken today, and Estonia has a lot of very interesting and very valuable experience in the digital area. We're already doing a lot of projects. You will be the pioneers. You will be the ones to whom people will come, I mean, other investors from around the world, for that matter, will come for your advice, will come for your opinion, will come for your guidance on how to approach it best. Therefore, again, I wanted to finish by saying thank you for all of those who helped to organize this event, and for you who are paying attention, who've given their time, their energy to these projects. Let's move forward to our common and happy future in the European family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hajchuk. I'm sure there's a lot of food for thought for a later discussion, but we'll go through the panel first. You made reference to the European Union having found itself. You also made reference to the importance of hope, a concept that I personally like a lot. Hope is not, it doesn't just exist somewhere out there. It has to be nurtured, grown, and that's a job for leaders. That's why you need leaders. That's what leadership is all about. One of those leaders throughout this war has been President von der Leyen of the European Commission. That's a big part of the European Union finding itself in this war, is leaders like her. Her representative in Tallinn is Vivian Lonela, not a Euro bureaucrat, but a leader. So Vivian, a view from Brussels in Tallinn.
Thank you very much, and thank you for organizing this. I'm very happy to be here, because I think when we had this call from President Zelensky a few months ago to do this region-to-region, city-to-city, company-to-region cooperation in rebuilding those areas that have been under attack, I think there was a lot of question of how would that work in reality. And here, the Estonian example of taking this Zhytomyr region, looking at it concretely, bringing in allies, and making sure that we can deliver is a perfect example of how this can be done. So from that point of view, really also very happy to be here. When it comes to the support of the European Union to Ukraine, then this is what has really been driving us this year. It's overwhelming. This is the main priority for the European Union at the moment, to make sure that we support Ukraine, we help Ukraine win this war, and we are with you throughout the war now, in helping in the immediate as well as helping with the reconstruction afterwards. When it comes now to the help in the short term, then you know that the Team Europe, so all the institutions, the member states, the European Investment Bank, been looking at all the ways in helping Ukraine throughout this year already, and have brought 19 billion euros to Ukraine for the help of really keeping the country running. And we are committed to continuing this next year. The Commission has proposed we've made those calculations, and we've discussed that with Ukraine and with our international partners at the G7, with US primarily, but also with the others who are all contributing, that our contribution will be around 3 billion a month next year, to make sure that we get through this phase of immediate needs. Now, it's very regrettable that yesterday the ministers of finance couldn't find a consensus on this, but this doesn't change our course. We will remain completely committed to this, and we'll find another way of making sure that Ukraine will get the support from the European Union also for the running costs. When it comes to the weapons, what Minister Reinsalu was referring, of course, there is always work on more. We have provided these more than 3 billion from the peace facility. Member states altogether have provided, I think, up to 8 billion worth of weapons by now, but there is work ongoing, and you know that there are also the discussions of doubling the peace facility to make sure that we would be able also to help from the European finances, again, to go into the actual arms in Ukraine. And this, you were saying the European Union has become less bureaucratic. It's more than that. The change that it has been, if 1 year ago we would have thought that we are using European budget money to provide weapons to another country, it would never, nobody would have believed it. Nobody in this room would have thought that this is possible. So we have to also see the positive steps that we've taken this year. Now, when it comes to the longer term, then of course we are already working on the reconstruction platform. And the aim is really to do this very much in cooperation, obviously, with the lead of Ukraine in this, but making sure that we bring in also all the expertise and all the knowledge and all the experience from our partners in the European Union, in the Commission, but also, of course, with our G7 and other close partners. So the Commission has proposed that in order to run this platform, we'd have a secretariat that would be, to start with, in Brussels, because I think it does make sense from the point of view that you need to have The link with the reconstruction afterwards will be so strong with the enlargement process. We want to make sure that all the things, I mean, this Build Back Better, it's something which sounds easy, hopefully it will be, but it's something which is very meaningful also. We want to make sure, as the President said, that the work we're doing afterwards is making Ukraine, more sustainable, greener, more encompassive, bringing in all the elements that the people actually are hoping for. They do want this new, rebuilt Ukraine to be not corrupt, be sustainable, be bringing us closer to the future. So from that point of view, the linking to the enlargement process is very important, and I'll come back to that. And then when we speak about financing the reconstruction, then of course it's only fair and more than fair that Russia we make sure that we take the money from the Russian assets and use that for it. As you know, we've been issuing the strongest sanctions that the EU and as well as our Western leaders Western partners have done this year against Russia. We have frozen more than 300 billion of the finances of the Russian Central Bank in European and our other allies' banks. We are freezing continuously, this is work ongoing, the assets of the oligarchs who have been sanctioned. We are currently at 19 billion, but this is certainly growing. There's a big, very good cooperation also with the member states, with our American partners, with the European institutions in how to find the seize and freeze task force, how to find these assets and how to use them. We are looking at ways how to use them. We are, of course, very attached to the principles of rule of law and the legal certainty of it. So things that are frozen, that it's not, you need a criminal procedure to make sure that you can use them. Last week, the Commission came with a proposal to make this not respecting the sanctions or trying to evade the sanctions a Eurocrime, meaning that this would give us this legal basis. Legal basis, you will know, is always a very important part in our European work. We need that. And we are working on that, which would give us the legal basis for the use of the central bank's frozen assets. We're looking at the various ways, and one of the possibilities would be to actually use those assets and then take the profits that we get from there for the benefit of Ukraine. But of course, once the war is over, the aim is that this money that has been frozen will go to the benefit of Ukraine for the reconstruction of Ukraine. So just to keep in mind that there are very many different procedures that we're looking at. But now, coming to the link with this enlargement, I mean, it is not only in Ukraine that people talk about Ukraine in the European Union. In the European Union, that has also been the change this year, that Ukraine is a candidate country, Ukraine is on the path for membership, and this is something which has been accepted by the leaders, by the member states, and not only accepted, this is wanted by everyone. This is something that we see also as bringing hope to Ukraine, but also as bringing very good perspectives also for the European Union. Because Ukraine is already so close to us through the association agreement. Your work that you've done on taking over the European legislation, on bringing Ukraine closer to the European single market, that is also visible now in the enlargement process. Because you know that this summer, when the Commission issued its opinion on how ready Ukraine is, there were those 7 recommendations that need to be fulfilled. These are mainly in the field of fight against corruption, fight against anti-money laundering, and the importance of the judicial reform. The work that Ukraine has been taken since then also is remarkable, and it is well understood that even, and you are from the Verkhovna Rada, the fact that the Verkhovna Rada is continuously passing on the laws and we see the progress made is something which is, again, you're not doing it for the European Union, you're doing it for the people of Ukraine who want Ukraine to be a more able and better body afterwards. But this also has a very positive effect on the way that those bureaucrats working on the enlargement dossiers are looking at that in Brussels. What we are doing now is that before the end of the year, there will be an analytical report issued by the Commission, which looks at all the European acquis, so the European legislation, and it looks at, just as in the later on enlargement talks, it looks at every chapter by chapter, starting with the issues related to the justice cooperation, home affairs cooperation, but leading up to customs or food security or agriculture or environment, whatever, you name it. All the European acquis, looking at that and analyzing where is Ukraine in its closeness to it. And I have to say that those experts in Brussels who've been working on enlargements for years, they are also astonished how much Ukraine has in fact done already and how much close the legislation is by now. But of course, there is still work to be done, and we are there from the Commission also to help Ukraine in this. So that would mean that we'd have this analytical report coming out this year, and we'd have next year Ukraine, as any other candidate country, would be included in those annual reports on enlargement progress. So that would be something which is then taken forward next year. So from that point of view, I think we can discuss how bureaucratic these bureaucrats were before. I think they're pretty efficient already. But no, jokes apart, the European Union, the European Commission, but really the Union at large, is with Ukraine, and we are in this path together. I think it's been very clear to everyone by now that we also need Ukraine to win. It is in your interest, but it is in our interest. And the commitment of Ukraine to these European values is again not an empty word. I think we saw that as lately as when Kherson was taken and when we had the European flag put together with the Ukrainian flag to the main square, that was also something that shows, I mean, symbols are important this year as well. So therefore, we are continuing in our work and doing everything we can to support you. Thank you.
So Kaimo, a view from Ukraine through the eyes of an Estonian ambassador, how does it look? I mean, it's one thing for us to be sitting here either in Tallinn or in Brussels in important gatherings and discuss policy. You're one of those people who have to implement policy. What are your thoughts? What's your perspective on Ukraine's reconstruction?
Thank you very much. During the night time, there's no look because there's a blackout. Kiev is partially darkest than dark. I think Zhytomyr have been even darker than that. Actually, 10 days ago we were there. Every morning I wake up and I like to look information from the pages of armed forces of Ukraine, and I like how they present the losses of enemy. Sure, I like the numbers there, because Ukrainian armed forces are very efficient, but I very much like also the quote or motto of the day. A few days ago, I think that's one of my favorites, which says that it's about activity. First, you do what's needed. Then you do what's possible, and suddenly you realize that you're doing already impossible. That's about fighting a war, but that's also about rebuilding or reconstructing the damages what have caused by aggressor. A few months ago, I was sitting with my very good colleague, Latvian ambassador in our embassy in Kiev. We have already chosen our focus oblast, Zhytomyr, and Latvia was seeking for direction or focus point. And Ambassador of Latvia, Ilgvars, had just returned from Chernihiv, because Riga has sent him there. Chernihiv was fully occupied in March. It was liberated, and Latvian ambassador looked at me and said that it was so much damaged that I don't know where to start. So this is, I think, leads us to the question why we are doing the reconstruction. We have already talked about that. You mentioned it as well, that we need to start already. This is about our moral. Well, we have to do it actually for them, because Ukrainians are fighting for our freedom as well. And the second is I see it on my team, I see it on Ukrainians, that first you run on adrenaline. You are acting on that, it keeps you going actually. But then the hope has to kick in, the hope that it's get better. We have mentioned this hope today quite several times already. And the hope comes from different directions. It's arms delivery, the weapons which are arriving and which helps Ukrainians to do the job on the front line. Not only front line, it's also air defense on the rear. What we are in Kiev know that if air alarm starts and then the blasts you can hear, the first blasts are the air defense. It gives you hope that the missiles are not getting through. But then the hope from reconstruction is a really, really important part. In the rear as well, because when the fathers are and mothers are in the front line, those in the rear have to feel it as well, and it's building things which have been damaged. For someone, a hope gives hope, let's say, planting a tree. For me, a boy from a small town, the hope comes from smell of fresh tarmac. Because that means, I like cycle very much, like it at the moment as well. That means that you will have a new path to ride, maybe do some tricks there as well. So rebuilding, putting this tarmac there, rebuilding the school, rebuilding something which really has been damaged, the bridge, for example, and putting the fresh tarmac on that gives the hope that the war will be over with the victory of Ukraine, and the country will be rebuilt. So that is why, the hope part. I will go on with how we do it, how we help to rebuild. And first of all, teamwork and cooperation. I'm the believer of cooperation. Worst of all, as pragmatic as we Estonians are, our resources are limited. So you have to bring in others as well. We have to inspire others to come with us, and then we can do more than we do alone. That's the cooperation, that's the force multiplying actually. So yeah, well, mentioning the Latvians before, I love them. But when we ask them, join Zhytomyr, Riga wanted to do something on their own. And that's good actually, because people in Chernihiv need also hope. but we have to bring in the other players as well. We in Zhytomyr, Latvians in Chernihiv. When we choose a focus point, actually, we looked also for some, let's say, confirmations that we are doing the right thing, and we looked after some values and some motivation. For me, quality comes out of values and motivation, and that we saw in Zhytomyr Oblast. We have been in contact with them for a long time, and they were the ones who reached us with the proposition that, hey, shall we do it together? We met with Arseni, we met with Oblast leaders, and they immediately shared with us 15 objects. They needed us, or they asked us to help actually to reconstruct. I like that. It wasn't just, hey, let's do something good together, let's think about that, and let's meet again sometime soon, when we see. So they were very, very active and proposed immediately 15 objects, not saying, and that another part I liked very much, not saying that, hey, now you are in, you are here to rebuild all those 15, but they said, choose some of them, and let's also do some of them together. This is the feeling of ownership, which I'm glad to see in Ukraine every year growing. The feeling of ownership means that every person, every people in Ukraine feels that they own a part of this country. This crazy war, which started 24th of February this year, of course, boosts this feeling of ownership. And it's also reflecting the feeling of ownership, because the same more than 700,000 persons in Ukraine fighting for their own country. This what they feel that they own a little bit. So I mentioned, those values: clarity, the same 15 objects. I already mentioned transparency, what Vivian rightly mentioned. Another very, very important point, and Ukrainians very well understand that they have to show the ones who are helping them that money and resources are going to the right places. A week ago, Minister of Infrastructure, Kubrakov, presented that in Kiev that in Ukraine they will produce a software tool which allows you to look through internet where my aid is going. So that's another cool thing about Ukrainians, that when we inspired them to start with e-government, they are now showing that they are the best learners in a class. They are teaching soon the teachers, means us. So I really, really count on that, these kind of smart tools, actually, which also enlarge the transparency, what's happening with aid which is going there. Beginning of October, I was sitting in Kiev in Embassy of UK. We talked with Melinda, and Melinda was very proud that more than 75% of people in UK supported Ukraine in their fight and also in their path to the West. And then we discussed what is the phenomenon, that it has stayed rather high since the start of the full-scale war. And I proposed one one idea you can think about that, coming back maybe also to the childhood, but not only. We all love fairy tales with happy ending. So at the moment, we, all the people in the free world, have a chance to shape this fairy tale to have happy ending with help.
That's a very good segue into my next question. So these sorts of events have a tendency of turning into self-congratulatory festivities. So let me ask you, Mr. Halaichuk, what are we not doing that we should be doing? I mean, we could go on and on about how well we're doing. What are we not doing? What else should we do or not do to help with reconstruction to be faster, better?
Well, the efforts so far have been pretty limited to discussing what could or could not be done. And most of the events, most of the discussions ended with, of course, this is, as you said, congratulatory remarks about how wonderful the plans are, but very, very few. In fact, I think the only object that is actually now in the active stage is the school in Zhytomyr that Estonia is helping to restore. And we understand the main reason being that the war is going on, the destruction is ongoing. However, we believe there are things that we can start doing already, and there's not enough progress on those projects that have been sufficiently developed. And the project isn't, the progress isn't there not because of lack of will or financing, but sort of some of it is the bureaucracy, but some of it is also let's wait and see attitude. So that's let's wait and see attitude is also present when you start speaking about Ukraine's prospects of opening negotiations soon. And I already tried to emphasize the importance of that particular issue of Ukraine becoming a member state, not in a very, very distant future, but when we're ready. We understand there's a process. We understand it's a merit-based process. We're ready to do what needs to be done. In Verkhovna Rada, for example, every session, 1/3 of the draft laws that are considered pertains to European integration issues in one way or the other. So we're very active on it with the aim of achieving this merit-based status of being ready for it. So the feedback has to be a little more concrete that, hey, if you do this, and here's the list of things you must do. Just pretty much the way it happened with the candidate status when it was granted, but then the recommendations were there. However, in that event, the initial promise was somewhat changed. The initial promise was that when the 7 recommendations are acted upon, completed, we're ready to start negotiations talk. Well, that happened on, June 23, when the candidate status was given. Then a few weeks later, a decision of European Council comes and says, now that's probably not enough time. We have other candidate countries. So we need to go through the process of assessing all the candidate countries and making this report about this enlargement process in general. And then we'll see. So maybe sometime in the fall of 2023, not the fall of 2022. that's a dangerous process. It sort of tells you that the promises could be changed. It becomes vague in terms of understanding what's to expect. So our effort now is to persuade our partners in the European Union to be very clear on what's expected. We, like I said, we understand it's a merit-based process. We understand we need to do a lot of homework, and we're doing that. However, we need the feedback that is very concrete, that once this is achieved, there you go. You will have it. Once you have performed on all, 27 points, I mean, the 33 chapters obviously is a different process when you have to open and close the chapters and achieve this complete readiness. So there are a lot of projects that we presented. Some of them more ready, others are less ready. And what we hope to achieve in the very near future is that this list of requirements that Ukraine needs to complete would be put together in a very clear and succinct manner, and the promise would be given that once it's achieved, once these laws, for example, adopted, when these regulations implemented, you are ready, and we guarantee that the process of negotiations, of opening the chapters will start. There's also one other very important issue. There's been some negotiation as to how prepared the projects that we present are. And we must admit that one thing is still missing in order to prepare the projects. We already need financing, especially the large infrastructure projects. For example, now we're going through very interesting discussions on these projects of connecting Ukrainian railway to the European railway. There are several cross-border points where the railway from Ukraine goes into the neighboring countries, and we have this so-called double railway, where we have the wide and the narrow railway going together. Those could be extended very easily, and it doesn't require a lot of money in terms of investment. It requires building additional infrastructure, but the estimates are that will increase the capabilities of Ukrainian railroad, and we depend a lot on Ukrainian railroad right now, as we all know. It will increase them 5-6 times with a relatively little investment. However, in order to make that project possible, we already need some funds to be invested in technical documentation preparation. So that's where we're trying to focus our attention on. That Ukraine needs not only these funds to, not only the assistance, humanitarian assistance, but some funds have to be allocated right away in preparing these technical documentation, these projects that could right away be developed in order for businesses to see that we're serious, that Ukraine will develop its infrastructure, and whatever production you enter into would actually have good infrastructure around it, so that you could hope for your investment to be profitable.
Vivian, I'm sure you want to comment on the EU process.
Happily, yes.
And before you do, get your questions ready. We'll come to your questions right after Vivian concludes.
I think what you're saying is that everybody supports Ukraine in its aspirations to become a member. But what we also need is to make sure that we have everyone on board seeing how credible the process is. And when you look at it, it is also in Ukraine's interest to show that this is something taken as, there are no corners cut. Right. Things that Ukraine gets, they get because they have done everything by the merit and they've delivered. And when you look at the 7 recommendations, just as an example, there are things which can be done very quickly and which you've done, but there are also projects there which just need more long-term, need more time. For example, one of the issues that we have asked to Ukraine to deliver is a track record on the fight against corruption. And this, I think, is something, again, which all the Ukrainians want as well. And a track record, you don't get it in a few months. It does take a little bit of more time. So I think from that point of view, even as impatient as you are, and I remember myself from the beginning of the Estonian process of becoming a member, we were also super impatient. But on some occasions, it also is just better for everyone if you are, you bring everyone on board and make sure that you show that every step has been taken. I wanted to just make the point also on railway, which you referred to. You will have at the next panel also the Minister for Infrastructure and Economy, Riina Sikkut. She was at the Transport Council earlier this week, where the decision was taken to include Ukraine in this European railway network. And that's something, again, quite extraordinary when you look at it. This TEN-T network, the connecting the main railways of Europe, which then get the specialized investments from the European funds and so on, the ministers agreed to include in there the railway to Kiev and even up to Mariupol. So again, another concrete example of what we're doing to make sure that we bring Ukraine closer to us.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if you have a question or a comment, please raise a hand. And the microphone is moving away. Also, please identify yourself.
Hello, I'm Mark Raymond from Tallinn University. I just spent October and November in Ukraine interviewing some more than 200 entrepreneurs close to the hotspots from Kryvyi to Kiev and Zhytomyr. And actually, when I asked what they need, these were entrepreneurial settings, they said that infrastructure has never been too good, and they're used to bad infrastructure. But what they need the most are their employees who have escaped to the West. So they are definitely not the most vulnerable, but they are key players in recovering the region. So my question is, do we have also kind of strategy how attract back people who are in Europe, maybe have found good jobs already, how to attract them back to go to participate in recovery of the region, more like a social, not so much infrastructure. Thank you.
Mr. Halachuk?
Well, that's thank you for doing what you've been doing. That's very important that you present there, that you show your support, but also take your time to understand what's needed, because that's exactly the issue now at hand, where we are trying to work very closely with our partners in the countries where we have a lot of what we don't want to call them refugees, temporarily displaced people, exactly for the reason that you just mentioned. We want them back. We're perfectly aware of the fact that some will stay. I mean, it's obvious that those who have found good jobs and let the roots grow here, their kids went to schools and so on and so forth. However, we are now communicating the need to, for example, continue education for the children that are living in different European countries in Ukrainian, so that they will be able to graduate from Ukrainian schools, so that they are not completely separated from Ukraine, from Ukrainian educational system, because that would play a large role when we ask around those who are living in Europe now what would be the major factors that would influence their decision. A lot of them are saying that the prospects for their children and their children being able to complete education in Ukraine would mean that they will be able to go on and study in Ukrainian higher universities and higher institutions. So this assistance in keeping close communication with our people and keeping communicating the prospects, again, the European integration of Ukraine, the assistance that Ukraine is getting, all that will influence people's minds and people's readiness to return. We understand that, of course, in those regions that are badly devastated. That will take a lot of while, and the problem is that we all know how the Soviet Union developed industry in Ukraine. It was all in the east. The industrial potential, the great industrial potential of the Soviet Ukraine is pretty much destroyed. That is a big problem that creates big opportunities. It has to be renewed, and it has to be not just renewed, but built anew, let's put it that way. So what we're trying to communicate to these people, that Ukrainian industry and economy in general will be not just renewed, but made a new one that will be built in accordance to European standards, and thus their skills that they learn here and the skills of their children, the languages, they will serve them very well when the country is ready to accept them back, when they are ready to come back to start rebuilding Ukraine according to the European standards that they have learned living here in Europe. That's the best sort of stimulus that we have so far.
Kaima, would you like to add anything? Or?
Yeah, well, in the short term, let's give as much weapons as possible to Ukraine to get the win quicker, and then the people can come back. Ukraine started to advance, not bad on the front line since summer, but now October brought in the massive missile strikes, and electricity is away. People who already moved back or thought about moved back, delayed that again. So once again, the war itself dictates the circumstances in the short run. In the longer run, absolutely agree with my co-panelists.
How well aware are we of the actual statistics of people who have left Ukraine and then who have come back? Do we have good numbers?
Yes, we track the numbers regularly. The State Border Service has these numbers, and I believe they are in the vicinity of 8+ million people moving, leaving Ukraine, and 3+ million people going back. However, a lot of those are going back and forward for different reasons. We also track the numbers, or trying to track the numbers of Ukrainians registering businesses, for example, in different countries. And on one hand, it's a natural process. On the other hand, we also understand that it's businesses moving out of Ukraine, which is not very good. But yeah, so far the numbers are that more people are leaving Ukraine than coming back for obvious reasons. We're tracking the number, we're tracking where people are going, and trying to work with local governments, establishing with our embassies first of all, and with governments in respective countries to establish good connections and good understanding what people are doing, what their needs are, and how we communicate with them about the need to return and help us to rebuild Ukraine in the future.
We have time for one more brief question. Well, we'll take two. So, Mr. Ambassador, hold on. We'll go to the back first, and then we'll come to the ambassador.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Tina Ilsen. I represent the International Partnership Practitioners Network, PRACNET. Well, we are discussing here the importance, and rightfully so, on focusing on recovery efforts country by one region. I'm wondering, is there now a specific topic or a focus area you would see for the inter-regional cooperation or cross-regional cooperation? If one thing we've learned here in Estonia is how important it is to have communities and counties cooperating together. So I'm wondering if there would be an area you would see the need now for the cooperation between the oblasts or the regions. Thank you.
Let's remember the question, and let's come to the front here with the ambassador. We'll take two questions. If by any chance we have one more, we can add one more on, and then we'll pick and choose which ones we'll answer.
Well, thank you, and thank you for the conference today, and indeed for all the support that you offer to Ukraine. Denmark has also taken on the role, a special role with Mykolaiv, and we have pledged a first package for the most immediate reconstruction needs, especially preparing Mykolaiv for the winter. My question is to you, how do we make sure that we share the lessons learned across Ukraine on reconstruction so that we multiply our successes and reduces the risk of spending the money in the wrong way? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have one more? That's good. I know coffee's waiting, but the questions were relatively related. Cross-regional cooperation, and how do we make sure that we learn from lessons learned, not just the mistakes that we have made, but the definition of wisdom, you learn from others' mistakes. So let's start with Mr. Halachuk and go down the order. And if you have, by any chance, any other concluding ideas, pile them on as well.
Well, in terms of interregional cooperation, I guess our Estonian friends would be best placed to answer that. However, these events, I see this as a great way of bringing people together, sharing the information, choosing the projects you want to work on. This is exactly what happened during the first forum in Ukraine. The forum took place in the vicinity of a newly built plant that is producing the word I'm missing. Granite.
Cement.
No. Breaking granite into the shaping. Yeah.
We got it.
Crude granite. And the negotiations that took place there already created certain opportunities for other businesses to look around. So these visits, when you see something that you could do, a project that you like, or in general the industry where you have the expertise, that's asking people whom you know how to reach out to people in Ukraine, to businesses in Ukraine. That would be probably the best way of doing it, since we had a pretty successful reform of decentralization. The local governments have a lot of say in terms on how the local economies are developing. So keeping close cooperation with local governments also would probably serve best in terms of building up these relationships. On sharing the lessons, yes, we know that unfortunately there's a lot of sad lessons to be shared, and we're very eager to learn about those ones. Of course, now when the active stage of war is still happening, there will be more of this sort of very, very sad lessons. You can't hope to jump right into happy developments there. But the most important is, of course, the changes that we're making in the legislation, in the regulation. Those are influenced, first of all, by the standards, the European standards that we have, but also by what we've learned from different businesses, especially foreign businesses, who come in and try to invest and try to go through the procedure of doing something and either fail or just blocked on their way. For that purpose, again, this setting is quite helpful in terms of learning that information. An example, just last week, last session in the Verkhovna Rada, we voted changes to the legislation that governs land allocation and use for the purposes of extracting raw materials. There was for a long time in Ukraine, there was this problem of the so-called sleeping licenses, for example. So that was brought up by businesses who have come to basically blocking their operations due to impossibility to properly develop those lands that are allocated. So that information, the exchange on the information caused us to go into changing the legislation. So again, this cooperation and communication with businesses and government.
Vivian, isn't this something that the European institutions were created for? Learning from each
Exactly. I think exchange of information, bringing together the best practices, this is what we do. But Kaimo, of course, knows how well it's happened, better than anyone else in the room here, in fact, how good the information exchange is in Kiev, I think, among the embassies. But when you look at the discussions in Brussels, then of course we have so many formats and such, there's a habit of, in fact, bringing the people together and giving those different experiences and discussing that and learning from each other. So I think that's going pretty well. A perfectly good or even the best of examples there, I think, is the civil protection mechanism. So it's again a little bit more short term, but that's something where we have really decades of experience of how it works. The country in need, in this case Ukraine, gives the list of what is needed. The Commission puts together the financing, the member states send the materials, and that's something where you see that with these decades of experience and the machinery in place, it actually delivers in a good way. We just need more of things, of course. But when you look at the preparedness for winter, then that's certainly something where, when you look at now the generators or the tents or the preparedness, that's happening in a very operational and fast way through this civil protection mechanism. But I wanted to, as we're ending here, say also the issue about how to bring people back to Ukraine. I think this year has been, again, I mean, everything has been so different, but the solidarity that the Europeans have shown towards the Ukrainians everywhere, it's heartbreaking, but it's also, it's a wonderful example of how much we do come together when need comes. And I've been meeting a lot of Ukrainians here, together also with Mariana, here in Tallinn and elsewhere in Estonia, and most of them, of course, they want to come back, just as the Estonians wanted to go back in the 40s. And what do we need to provide for that is, yes, the weapons and the victory, but then this reconstruction, what we're here for today, is key, that we really do build it back better and make sure that it's something where people have the ownership about the new projects, the new Ukraine, but also feel comfortable and certain in it. So I think that's what will bring people back as well.
Now, Kaimo, you are the last thing standing before this wonderful audience and their coffee break.
We will get to coffee. So the EU coordinating in Kiev, Mati Maasikas, head of the delegation, doing a very good job. So that's the place for lessons learned for our own, let's say, region, Nordic Baltic 8. Really, really good format. Absolutely marvelous, actually. I'm admiring it and putting my energy there myself as well, actually, in Ukraine. We had just 7 ministers last week in Kiev all together, and that's the place to coordinate. That's good example is the energy. We met Ukrenergo head Kudrytsky, and we got well prepared lists of what can be brought and then shared from the central level. The same with medics and hospitals. One very good example of big international organizations, don't ask about the others, but WHO, once again led by Estonian. What a coincidence. But let's doing really, really good job in this cross regional cooperation, doing very good cooperation with the Minister of Healthcare. Sorry to say, but not every hospital which have been bombed should be rebuilt. But when the hospitals will be rebuilt, they should be better than they were, definitely. And there's WHO is doing really good job together with Ministry of Healthcare to pinpoint actually where those hospitals should be now created already in a totally different quality. And a very tactical example, buses. We are bringing used buses, 44 buses for different regions in Ukraine. Not only Zhytomyr, also Kharkiv, also Poltava. And in that case, and Kiev Oblast as well. In that case, cooperation is needed because those buses there need servicing. And you are not putting in every oblast or city a good quality servicing center. So good cooperation there is needed as well. So that's the cross-regional. Plus 7 points we are helping Ukraine into EU needs also across regional help, aid and advice.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the first panel. Please join me in thanking the panelists, and afterwards enjoy coffee in the back there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
You did it very well. You need to continue to practice because after yesterday, let's hope.
Dear all, it's an honor to have the opportunity to participate in the second recovery forum of the Zhytomyr region. Unfortunately, I don't have possibility. Kharkiv. Those days we are working on the occupied territories of Kharkiv and Donetsk region. First of all, I want to say that we are grateful to the Republic of Estonia, which was the first who responded to the appeal of President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, for assistance in the reconstruction of Ukraine and decided to patronize Zhytomyr region. So far, the reconstruction of 2 facilities in the region has already begun. This is a kindergarten in Ovruch and a bridge in Malin. I'm convinced that there are still many objects ahead that we will jointly rebuild. As for the recovery principles of Ukraine, there are 2 projects. First is fast recovery plan for housing and social infrastructure facilities. The goal of the project is to provide people on the occupied territories basic living conditions to restore damaged critical infrastructure. For today, the fast recovery plan is more than $15 billion. The second project is long-term plan to the recovery of Ukraine after the war. It defines the list of national reconstruction programs and costs around $350 billion. The figure is expected to grow in the coming months as the war continues. I want to assure you that the President team, Cabinet of Ministers, are doing everything to make the process of Ukraine recovery fast, efficient, and transparent. Thank you, and be in touch.
Доброго дня! Мої вітання нашим добрим естонським друзям. Початок війни був сповнений невизначеності. Але невдовзі ми побачили поряд із собою справжніх друзів, які з рішучістю готові були прийти на допомогу і продовжують робити це протягом усіх цих надскладних 9 місяців. Внаслідок ударів російських бомб та ракет в області пошкоджено понад 2200 приватних будинків. 169 з них повністю зруйновані. 12 тисяч жителів Житомирщини тимчасово втратили своє житло. Пошкоджені або зруйновані майже 170 об'єктів соціальної інфраструктури. Це школи, садочки, лікарні, центри надання адміністративних послуг. Український уряд, обласна влада та громади зробили все задля того, щоб відновити ті об'єкти, які не потребували проведення капітальних робіт. Але масштаб руйнувань не дозволяє відбудувати знищені агресором самотужки. Першою країною, яка стала для Житомирщини надійним партнером у відновленні знищеної росіянами інфраструктури, стала Естонія. Ваше щире бажання допомогти та активна позиція по усім питанням відбудови Житомирщини зробили вашу країну координатором цього процесу на міжнародному рівні. Наприкінці вересня спільно з вами ми провели перший регіональний форум відновлення. де окреслили головні напрямки та визначили об'єкти, що потребують негайної відбудови. Підписали тристоронній меморандум між Житомирською обласною військовою адміністрацією, Овруцькою громадою та Естонським центром міжнародного співробітництва про будівництво нового дитячого садочку в Овручі. Опрацьовується спільний проект з відновлення зруйнованого ворогом мосту в Малині. Громади на півночі області, які найбільш постраждали від бомбардувань росіян, отримали від наших естонських друзів машини екстреної допомоги та автобуси, а лісівники Житомирщини – пожежні машини. Це гарний приклад комплексної допомоги, яка охоплює різні напрямки життя області. До наших спільних зусиль долучаються й інші країни. Уряд Португалії має намір взяти участь в проєктуванні та будівництві на місці ліцею номер 25, знищеного вщент російською ракетою в центрі Житомира, сучасного інноваційного освітнього хабу. Ворог не припиняє ракетний терор населення України. Щоб залишити українців взимку без тепла і світла, вони зробили своєю ціллю енергетичну інфраструктуру. Але нечувані за кількістю ракет обстріли не можуть зламати дух українського народу або спинити допомогу від наших справжніх друзів. Впевнений, що завдяки спільним зусиллям ми відновимо все, що зруйнував ворог, і зробимо нашу країну ще кращою, красивішою та успішнішою. Завжди раді вас вітати на Житомирщині. Разом до перемоги!
Good evening, guys. Good evening from this snowy Kiev, full of snow and full of friendly huts, full of Ukrainian huts fighting for Europe, for our survival, for the future of Ukraine as Europe. I would be so happy to be with you today. Next time I am with you. Definitely, but today I have to be in Kiev. Urmas, shaking your hand, you are great. Thanks for making it happen. Artem, thanks for your drive in Kiev, for your drive in Zhytomyr. Mariana, thanks for making it happen there in Tallinn. But basically for all of you, for this amazing partnership between Estonia and the Zhytomyr region. And of course it's about rebuilding, but it's about rebuilding our hearts. It's about rebuilding our souls in the sense of our friendship. We immensely value Estonian assistance, militarily assistance, humanitarian assistance. It's what makes it possible to fight like we've been fighting. So thanks for standing with Ukraine and going forward. Slava Ukraini!
And one of the main reasons why we are here today, actually, as a kind of one of the founders of cooperation between the Zhytomyr region and Estonia. And it would be really useful to hear your views, well, on the Zhytomyr side. How do you see the evolution there? And of course, your expectations towards Estonia, the European Union, the international community. Пане Арсенію, ви як... Окей, добре. Тоді не буду повторити. The floor is yours.
Я почну з того, що у нас всі спікери один за одним, мої колеги відео, я тут українці, хоча я запропонував, що може комбінувати. Я мені сказав, хай українці скажуть, що вони хочуть. Але я скажу, ви знаєте, до 24 лютого насправді Україна дуже динамічно розвивалася. Ми не були там бідна країна, навпаки. Ми розвивалися, ми розбудовували державу, і те, про що казав мій колега Вадим, ми дуже багато і до 24 лютого проводили різних реформ. Тобто Україна була активна і в різних розуміннях цього слова, і в реформах, і в економіці, інфраструктурі, рухаючись до Європейського Союзу.
Well, Ukraine was not a remote or poor country before the 24th of February, and it has continued developing after that as well, doing all sorts of reforms despite the war.
Але прийшло 24 лютого, і в нас почалась велика війна, тому, звичайно, що коли ми кажемо, що потрібно Україні, це на сьогоднішній день дві речі точно. Це зброя і це відбудова.
Well, Ukraine needs two things today. One is weapons, and the other is reconstruction.
Зброя, щоб перемогти, а що стосується відбудови, то звучало в першій панелі питання, чи будуть повертатися люди. Людям треба кудись повернутися. Тому зброєю ми переможемо, а відбудовою ми повернемо наших людей додому.
Weapons to win the war, and reconstruction is important, as it was discussed already this morning, to get the people, the Ukrainians who are abroad, to get them to return to Ukraine.
І не тому, що ми зараз в Естонії, а тому, що це дійсно факт, що той вектор і ту політику зовнішню, яка вибрала сьогодні Естонія, вона дійсно в питанні українському, а українське питання сьогодні все-таки номер один в світовій політиці, в фокусі номер один. Естонія є лідером, і я вважаю, що багато країн сьогодні наздоганяють Естонію.
Well, thank you for the compliment to Estonia, that Estonia as a world leader, and well, Mr. Pushkarenko was thanking Estonia for its foreign policy direction in supporting Ukraine and being a leader for others as well.
І коли президент Зеленський в березні, ми сьогодні бачили це відео, закликав долучатися до відбудови України, долучатися вже, не чекати, то якраз Естонія дійсно стала першою, яка долучилася і долучилася практично реальними кроками.
And Estonia has been the first one to really start taking the practical steps.
Каймо мені сказав чесно, ми країна невелика, грошей у нас мало.
Kaimo, the ambassador of Estonia, said directly that Estonia is a small country and we don't have too much money.
Я сказав Каймо, тоді ми будемо працювати як політики. Робимо на цент, говоримо на євро.
Well, and then I replied that let's make like politicians, talking about talking about. Ще раз, будь ласка.
Робимо на цент, говоримо на євро.
Let's do for 1 cent and talk at the level of 1 euro.
Ріна зрозуміє. І у нас це вийшло, тому що Естонія дійсно на сьогоднішній день перша країна, яка реально відбудовує. І це не оперативне відновлення, це саме відбудова. І перші об'єкти, і інші країни дійсно вже йдуть за Естонією в цьому процесі.
And Estonia really is working, is already making practical steps, has chosen its objects in the Zhytomyr region, and other countries are following the suit.
І коли ми були, тут є посол Данії, коли ми проводили перший форум в Лугінах, в Житомирській області, на кар'єрі, то у датчан, як і у естонців, вже є конкретний план і конкретні дії в відбудові свого регіону, в них це Миколаїв.
For example, when there was the first forum in the Zhytomyr region, in the Kari that you could see on the photos earlier as well, Denmark got an idea, Denmark got new ideas for its work in their own region, in the Mykolaiv region.
Тут важливо, щоб країна, яка приймає таке рішення, те, що згадував Кайма про Латвію, щоб вона також розуміла руйнування цього регіону і свої сили, і можливості залучити інших у відбудові цього регіону. Тобто важливо оцінювати реально свої можливості.
And it's important to really evaluate one's possibilities for the work.
Але той шлях, який ми обрали, це не тільки ті об'єкти, які сьогодні відбудовує Естонія, це дитячий садок в Овручі, міст в Малині, я сподіваюся, будуть інші проекти. Він виявився правильний, тому що поряд з нами вже є Португалія.
But it's not only about the objects that Estonia has selected, the kindergarten in Ovruch, the Malin Bridge. Furthermore, Estonia is not alone in the process, but there is Portugal with us as well.
І я переконаний, що саме в такій кооперації, в такій взаємодопомозі нам вдасться відбудувати не тільки Житомирський регіон, але й загалом Україну.
And in this manner we can build up not only the Zhytomyr region, but the whole country.
Ну і треба розділяти, що в нас сьогодні є два питання. Це оперативне відновлення, і це пов'язано з тим, що сьогодні у нас практично блекаут. І це стратегічне відновлення, те, про яке ми говоримо сьогодні.
Well, of course, we have to take into account the everyday reality on the ground, the constant blackouts, and start moving from there.
Але говорячи про відбудову регіону, і тут сьогодні багато бізнесу, ми не тільки хочемо просити вас і залучати до відбудови, але ми хочемо бути і партнерами для тих, хто нам допомагає.
And we are not only inviting you to take part in reconstruction, but we are also offering to be your partners in that work.
І дійсно наш регіон, Житомирська область, дуже має багато різних корисних копалин, починаючи від граніту, щебню, і закінчуючи багатьма іншими. Найбільший лісовий ресурс в Україні. Тому я вважаю, що якраз для точно естонського бізнесу це гарна можливість і гарний майданчик для інвестицій і для капіталізації свого бізнесу.
In the region we have granite, we have a lot of forests, well, and then the word that was between the two, that's the small pieces you make out of granite that the first panel ran into difficulties with as well. Should have double-checked the word in between, but somebody will...
Gravel.
That's a good word, gravel, indeed. Thanks a lot, Minister.
І найкращим символом того, що не тільки ми закликаємо українці інвестувати, але й наш бізнес інвестує український, це якраз те, що на кар'єрі в 60 кілометрів на гранітному кар'єрі, щебеневому кар'єрі, 60 кілометрів від Білорусі, ми проводили на самому кар'єрі наш форум, і це новий кар'єр, який завершили вже війну його будівництва, і це інвестиція одного з українських бізнесменів, Геннадія Будкевича, в $20 мільйонів.
So the first forum took place in that gravel quarry 60 kilometers from the border of Belarus. And the last part was Sheras.
$20 million investment.
Yes, and there is has already been made $20 million investment. Yes, during the war.
Тому не бійтеся вкладати в Україну, вкладайте, повірте, є великий потенціал, тому що для того, щоб повернути людей, потрібна і інфраструктура, яку Росія зруйнувала, і робочі місця.
And believe, well, we have great potential in Ukraine, and of course creating jobs and helping along, it's very important. And obviously, as we are here, dear Arseny, well, we are believing.
Тому попереду для нас ще важкі місяці, але перелом, я думаю, це всі розуміють вже, у війні відбувся. Тому ми точно не зарано говоримо про відбудову, оскільки тим людям, яким немає де жити, або дітям, яким нема куди ходити в школу, сьогодні не стоїть питання відбудовувати зараз чи через 3 роки. Їм вже це потрібно.
And there has been a break in the war in the sense that we already see in which direction it's going. Well, Ukraine is winning, so there is no question when to start the work. Children need their schools, and we have to start the work now.
Тому ми дякуємо Естонії, кожному з вас і Міністерству закордонних справ, яке організувало це, пану міністру. І кожному, я знаю, що кожен з вас допомагає і за вашу присутність тут. І найбільша вдячність, я завжди кажу, українців естонцям, це те, що аналітики, чи це вже забагато? Нормально? Чи ви перекладете, да? Що аналітики кажуть, що для того, щоб відновити бойову здатність Псковської бригади на 23 лютого 2022 року, потрібно вже мінімум 4 роки, щоб вона була настільки боєздатна. Я думаю, що к кінцю війни вже, може, і потенціал її не відновиться, коли ми переможемо. Тому це наша найбільша вдячність вам. Дякую.
Thank you very much, and there were words of thanks to everyone present and for the support to Ukraine, and also that Ukraine has made a major contribution to Estonia as well as a token of its appreciation. The Pskov brigade that was across the border on the Russian side, well, the famous Desantniki, that means basically paratroopers. Well, the brigade doesn't exist anymore, and building it up would take at least 4 years if it can be rebuilt at all. And for that, Arseny, of course, we are extremely grateful to Ukraine.
Thank you.
Well, expectations for us, clearly one part of it is to start now. Minister, how about now? How is Estonia doing?
In the previous panel and already today during these video welcomes, several objects were mentioned. And it seems like looking at the damage Russia has done to Ukraine, so it's the Overwatch kindergarten, it's Malin Bridge, it's the 44 buses that we sent there, substations, transformers, cables and switches. So it's a drop in the ocean. Why are we talking about it this much? But it is extremely important. I would describe at least 3 reasons. One, that the people in Ukraine, they have to live there. The kids need their education, people need to get to work over the bridge using the buses. So every euro we spend or any change we make, it affects someone's life. It's a very human reason. The second reason, as Arseny rightfully said, we are honest, we understand our limitations. Kaimo said that we don't have enough money, and we don't have enough construction materials, we don't have enough human resources to reconstruct Ukraine. But as with weapons that we sent to Ukraine before the war, we see that if we are there first, if we put up the first kindergarten, we reconstruct the first bridge, it has a symbolic value, it has different value. We are telling everyone it should be done. We're not waiting until the end of the war. We will start reconstruction now. There's nothing to be afraid of, and you should do the same. It's very difficult to say countries that have enough money and resources and construction materials that you should go to Ukraine if we are not there already. So it gives us the moral stance and any right to ask other countries to follow. Third, what is the worst thing that can happen? Well, there is nothing bad that can happen to any whatever equipment or money given to Ukraine, even if the Russians are extremely lucky and commit another war crime and blow up a newly built kindergarten or school. that was financed by Portugal or Denmark or Estonia, well, that hits home differently. It's not anonymous object you look at the media that was blown up. It's something that, for example, Danish people have collected money, they have been there, they have opened the object, and they feel the Russian attack differently. And I wouldn't count this as something negative. So everything we gave to Ukraine, it can only have positive impact. There's nothing bad that can come out of it. And to end the topic about the specific objects, I would specifically or point out donations, and I thank if there are people from energy companies that have given very critical equipment and parts to Ukraine to restore electricity or heating. And I know Harju Elekter at least is willing to build mobile substations, mobiilsed alajaamad, to give to Ukraine, and we are finding a way to finance it by the state, but it could be done with international cooperation or help as well. So there is something that any one of us can do. We are here talking about large objects, about millions that we use as a state to reconstruct Ukraine and Zhytomyr Oblast. But at the same time, we have private companies investing in Ukraine, delivering needed whatever cars or uniforms. We have people, like person-to-person contacts, and it all should work together. So it doesn't have to be, centralized or centrally managed, but it has value when we work in the same area with the same people, the same communities. Everyone has different strengths. So the third sector has more flexibility, the government has maybe more funds, but if we work together, Ukraine will benefit the most. And lastly, about the granite gravel factory or that was put up. Yes, Ukraine itself shows that we are not afraid of investing into new objects, new production facilities. I was there. It's for the Zhytomyr Reconstruction Forum, the first one. And the quality of the gravel, we don't have anything like this here. I got a piece of granite to take home, and I'm not confirming or denying that it came with a recommendation to throw in the windows of the Russian embassy. It's a strong rock, So Ukrainians are doing, although it's very tiring or it requires effort, new investments. And I know that the Estonian companies are doing the same because the Ukraine will win, that the war will end, and it's just natural. We are culturally and geographically close. The cooperation should not stop, not even during, or particularly not during the war. So in addition to specific objects, we should think outside of box. Anything we can do, and nothing bad can come out of our or euro that is spent in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Well, obviously there is some inbuilt tension between the Ukrainian solid granite and the Vienna Convention, but well, let's not go there. Anyway, turning now to Portugal. Well, as your minister said already as well, that well, it seems that we are in different corners of Europe, but actually we are not too far substance-wise, or as members of the European Union. And for example, one of the first, or I think it was the first EU member state with which we signed document about mutual recognition of digital signatures was Portugal. So there is actually a lot that unites us. So, Ambassador, starting from you, I mean, Ukraine obviously is further away from Portugal, but you want to be involved, engaged as well. How do you see the whole process?
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for allowing us to be here, to invite my minister to participate. It's an honor also for me to be present in this panel with the Madam Minister and authorities from Ukraine. And thinking about what is happening now in Ukraine, this intense and ignoble barrage of missile attacks to infrastructures, especially affecting civilian population in Ukraine nowadays, it is more than timely to have this forum today here, talking about the reconstruction of Zhytomyr region. Russian war of aggression against Ukraine is ignoble and seriously undermines European and global peace and security. That said, EU should coordinate positions as we are doing here. And this forum is also part of it. We must keep pressure on Russian regime to stop this war. We, of course, need to continue to support military Ukraine. That is part of our objective and our intention and what we are doing, but also to reconstruct, to start the reconstruction. Portugal signed a financial support agreement with Ukraine worth 250 million euro during the visit of our Prime Minister last May. And we received refugees from Ukraine in Portugal too, including a lot of children. We also are giving humanitarian aid, and we are in the reconstruction, as was mentioned here, involved with the request from the Ukrainian authorities and the Zhytomyr area in the reconstruction of Lyceum 25. Earlier this morning, as you mentioned, you had the opportunity to listen to my minister, and he was on the ground in Ukraine in August during Ukraine National Day. And as he mentioned, and he visited Zhytomyr and witnessed destruction of these infrastructures. As Minister Kervin said, when a school is destroyed by bombs, it's not only its walls that need to be reconstructed. And our project is not only to rebuild this school, it's to rebuild help Ukraine to create a future education system, looking at the future of at the new generations of children. And Minister also said that, and that is very important, that the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that everyone has the right for education. It is a fundamental right. That is, when we destroy schools, or when someone destroys schools, are violating human rights. And that cannot be forgotten. So we are fully committed to contribute to the construction of education institutions in Ukraine, particularly in the Zhytomyr region, to give hope and a better future for the youngest generations in Ukraine. That is basically what we are here discussing. Of course, everybody is afraid that the war is still there. It will continue. But if we don't start to reconstruct now, then it will be too late. So it's a possibility that we are doing now can be destroyed again. That's always a possibility. But what we gain if we start to invest now is much bigger than we lose if we don't do it. So that's what is behind also our involvement in this process. In our project for the rebuilding of Lyceum 25, that was destroyed by Russian missiles, it's to build a school of the future, focus on innovation and knowledge, and also not only rebuild the school, but also give formation and to the teachers, training them. And we are also, in our project, will include also formation of teachers in Portugal, Ukrainian teachers in seminars in Portugal. But also as I said, we have already children from Ukraine in Portugal studying, but also creating them the opportunity to return back home. At the end of the day, when we plan to do this project, we are creating the conditions for children, families, Ukrainian, to return back home and to be able to have a life. And in the previous panel where we were discussing what can we do to attract Ukrainian to go back home. So that's one of the reasons also why we are helping to reconstruct schools. That's an attraction for Ukrainian to go back home, to have perspectives for education in the near future. I need now to tell you, you were asking why is Portugal involved, being so far away from Ukraine. It's not only because we are EU members and this is also part of our cooperation. I can tell you that, and probably you don't know this as well, so well. So Portugal, almost 3 decades ago, received a big immigration from Ukraine that went to Portugal and was very helpful for us in these 3 decades that they moved to Portugal. They were colleagues, students, neighbors. And in these past 25 years, I can say that almost every family in Portugal had contact with an Ukrainian family. And Ukraine is really far away, but very close to us. So that is a reason also why involved in here. We also have a duty of gratitude to Ukraine for the help they gave us to our development. And this, they are doctors, teachers, nurses, bakers, engineers, plumbers, businessmen. A big immigration of Ukrainians to Portugal that still live there. Some of them are Portuguese again now, and new generations. I can tell you in the foreign ministry, we have Ukrainian descendants that are working at the foreign ministry in Portugal. So this is part of our culture now too. So I just want to tell you that this relationship is also a friendship and is also part of this project. Of course, human rights and the justice is fundamental here, but the friendship is also important, and Ukraine is very close to our hearts. That's also a reason. So, but as a final note, I want to thank Minister Urmas Rainsalo for this invitation and for his tireless work and his team of the ministry in organizing this event that is, as I said, very, very useful. As Minister Carvinho said, although Portugal and Estonia are geographically at opposite sides, our countries are very close when it comes to values and the protection and promotion of peace, security, and prosperity in Europe. I just hope that this example that now my colleague from Particular will present will also be useful for other countries to be more involved and do something more in helping reconstructing Ukraine. This, I think, and I think this is the objective of us being here present, to show that not only Estonia can do it as a small country without so much money, but also Portugal is doing as a small country, not so much money too. So it is something that we can do and other countries are doing, and to show you that now is the time to do it. So I hope this is helpful for that. So now I will give the floor to Mr. Luis Andrade to go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you for the good reminder that Portugal may be far from Ukraine, but not far from Ukrainians.
No.
Якщо ми з Рінною правильно зрозуміли, наступний форум буде в Лісабоні.
And well,
When you
everybody's
translate
looking forward to the next forum in Lisbon, of course.
That's a good. I will suggest that to
Challenge accepted.
Mr. Andrade.
Okay. Good morning, all. I have a small presentation. I think many say that image speak for 1,000 words, and I think it's better this way to understand. I'd like to thank the organization, Estonian organization of this forum, and inviting us. It's been very fruitful being here, talking on stage and off stage with some partners and people that are doing what we intend to do, and so we'll easily learn from each other's mistakes and work better to help Ukrainian reconstruction. Okay. So, as has been said, Portugal has since May signed the agreement. Portuguese Prime Minister has visited Ukraine and President Zelensky, and so we are since then working on this project, working with Ukrainian authorities and trying to going through one of the main principles that the first panel here discussed. The Ukrainians are on the driving seat, so they say what they need, and we try to go and ask and respond to their needs. The decision of the Portuguese government is to rebuild the schools and kindergartens, and we're doing that. We have talked with some authorities, and the list we are starting with Lyceum 25 has already been said here. The kind of schools that were destroyed are of different natures. This one is a very big school, has destroyed completely, almost completely, and so the need to work, it's very deep, very profound. This is the actual state. In the coffee break, some images of Lyceum 25 have already been shown, and it's very impressive to see it, look at them. From our meetings with the Ukrainian authorities and the Zhytomyr authorities, what we have been asked to do is an educational hub, an educational forum. So the idea is to have a state-of-the-art school that matches different kinds of areas that can, and different kinds of ages also. So we have science spaces, we have information and technology spaces, art spaces, common spaces as libraries, sports facilities. So the idea is for an intervention that marks the city, and that it's an example, and it's an example for what is the reconstruction of Ukraine, Zhytomyr Oblast, but for the hope and the future of the construction of reconstruction of all Ukraine after the war. What I'm showing you now is the work that we have done in Portugal, so that these images can bring us some hope for a near future that all can use and try to build a better Ukraine. So the first phase that we are working on is an in-house work. So we have, and it comes from the discussion of the Zhytomyr and Ukrainian authorities. We have a functional program where we choose and when we state the number of students, name of classes, the type of classes, the type of facilities that we'll be having. We have a master plan that organizes all of the spaces and combines the spaces in Portugal, one of our main features was to interact between the classes and the open to community schools, so that they can interact with the communities and after school daytime uses. And then we have our technical standards, architectural and technical infrastructures, manuals, legislation, European legislation that has to be, the standards that have to be built, and that will most probably have to adapt to the Ukrainian reality, which is very different from the southern countries of Europe, but that's what we're aiming to work with the authorities. In the second phase, we'll have the tenders and the project where we'll have the congress for the hiring project, and then for the building and the facility management. I would like to remember, in the first panel also mentioned that one of the Lugano principles that were established, and transparency, accountability, and rule of law. As I've talked here already in the coffee break, the legislation, and we have to work with our own legislation and comply with our legal obligations. We are dealing with public money, our citizens' public money, and therefore we have to ensure that all the legislation and legal obligations are fully comprehended. So here's one of our schools. So we hope that our principles in Portuguese reconstruction of schools can lead to the Ukrainian need and for the new Ukrainian school that we are building. So the technology-based scientific spirit and the completely inclusive principles, also the sustainability, it's also one of the Lugano principles that has been established. So the idea of a long-term investment for the Ukrainian children and youth. Here we have some images of our recent work. So here's a typical classroom with some technological infrastructure, with climate and acoustic work that facilitate the work of the teachers and help students for a better working environment. Here are some common spaces, such as libraries. In Portugal, we have a network of school libraries that has been implemented for the last 20 years in most of our schools, not only secondary schools, not only high-level schools. And it's a project that is very successful and that the schools embrace very fondly because it gives them many ways to work with the students and to help them in their educational path. Other areas as shared community spaces, such as auditoriums, sports facilities, as well as lounge areas, so that schools can be also used by the students and after the school hours for the rest of the community and for the other parents, associations, municipalities that work with the schools. Also, and that's one of the main aspects that the Ukrainian authorities have signaled us, the laboratories, the scientific works that have been done, that's the future, experimenting, learning by doing, and that's the kind of state-of-the-art laboratories that we have in our schools. There are different colors, but they're the same. It's the same idea, the same space, the same architecture that allows people to work and start experimenting in these areas. Also, very important high-tech, the schools and the equipment have also and at last, workshops for vocational training. That's also a very deep concern that we have, and that allows us for good results in the student fields, and Portugal has them, and that's part of the success, the vocational training that schools have, and that they facilitate for all of them. So at last, what I want to say to all, we are working together and aiming together. I would like to mention the Lugano conference. The Minister of Education was present and had a very impressive speech about insanity, about the unfairness of the war, and if it's unfair, also always unfair, it's even the lack of justice. It's greater when it affects the children, when it cuts the idea of the future of their relations with their parents and the uncertainty of their future. So I'd like to remember some words that he said and that stayed in my mind. Schools are the best place to build peace, to ensure civility, and to guarantee democracy. And I think that's what we're all doing here. That's why we are working together. It's our common values, European, and that goes from the southern to the east. And that's what I hope that we can contribute and help Ukrainian people. So Ukrainian, you can count on us too, and to work together. Thank you very much.
Obrigado. Thank you very much, Mr. Andrade, and thank you for really getting into the practical details as well, because otherwise we are often discussing, the big principles, but to see your planning, your way of thinking, I think also to the many Estonian practitioners in the audience, it's helpful as well. But let's, yes, Riina.
Yeah. When we look at the specific objects, I admit we take too much time for wartime needs, and the process of cooperation, we can only learn it by doing, so it might be painful in the beginning, but we'll get better. So the objects, for example, the kindergarten, are adjusted to the wartime needs. It has a bomb shelter, but I like to emphasize the Portuguese idea that we'll take a very modern approach. It'll be a modern building. There will be e-learning facilities or e-learning program that can be used all over the oblast, Zhytomyr Oblast, if needed. But the same principle that we are not substituting something that the Russians bombed, but that whatever we do, it'll be the best one. It'll be energy efficient, it'll be modern, it has the e-solution. So after the reconstruction works, and Ukraine will be the most modern country in Europe, because we have the legacy systems, and we remember it from the beginning of 1990s, that you can leapfrog. You don't have to use the old type solution or something that was implemented in Estonia or Portugal 20 or 30 years ago, but you can do better. So I think the approach the Portuguese ambassadors and presenter took, that let's build the best things in Ukraine, it's the right thing to do. When we talk about the energy system, other infrastructure objects, that it'll be a model, something that we can all look up to.
Absolutely, and as it was said already by the president today as well, that there are already things also in Ukraine that we are learning from, and when there will be bits and pieces of best practices of EU member states, other countries in Ukraine, then we'll be learning ever more, obviously. Арсеній, ви хочете в цей момент щось додати ще?
Ні, можу дати одне. Більше таких шкіл і садочків, і мостів.
So basically we need more such kindergartens, schools, bridges, and well, that's why we are here again.
Але наша, я можу повторитися, наша стратегія з Каймо про центи євро спрацювала. Все більше країн долучаються.
And the strategy, the cent and the euro strategy seems to be working indeed. Well, let's move to the audience for questions, comments. Eric.
Thank you very much for this very interesting panel. My name is Erik Helden, I'm head of Estonian Customs, and I just wanted to make a remark about this future-looking, like a minister said. This summer, when the war was already really very, very dramatically going on, and we had a video conference with our Ukrainian custom colleagues, we used to so-called teach and monitor them before years. And the deputy head of Ukrainian Customs said, okay, we are now implementing the NCTS 5. It's one of the European Union customs solutions. Estonia has number 4, by the way. And I later asked him that you are not even a member of European Union. Why are you spending right now this money there? Well, but we will be very soon, and we don't want to take the previous model. I said, wow, and that was the approach. And the other sign, of course, Estonia is sending a lot of humanitarian help as well, military and non-military. And reserve officer organization turned to us how we can do it smoothly and very fast. And I called also one of my colleagues in Kiev Customs and asked, well, it might be complicated. Sorry, Eric, I can't talk right now. We don't have enough electricity. I'm in a bomb shelter, by the way. But I will be afternoon, probably at work, and I will sell you this QR code stuff. And you can scan it and show it on the border. So don't worry, Lviv Custom Office will take care of it. At 1700 it was on my email. I have to admit that we in Estonian Tax and Customs Board don't have custom declaration with the QR codes. So really, we have to learn from Ukraine, at least from the leadership perspective. And do peremogi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric, for another good example. Other questions, comments?
Може, Каймо.
Well, until you are thinking, I would ask myself...
Можна я скажу? Каймо, я просто замість нього скажу, він скромнічає. Коли математика з посла Євросоюзу час від часу питає послів країн Європейського Союзу в Україні, що ви робите з відбудови? Ну, вже Португалія долучилася, на початках тільки Естонія і Данія піднімали руку і казали, ми робимо це. Всі тільки інші сиділи, один на одного дивилися. Так що це з чого я починав, що Естонія лідирує.
Yes, when the EU ambassador to Ukraine asked member states at the meeting, well, who is active in reconstruction in Ukraine, it was only Estonia and Denmark who were raising their hands. Well, now it's Portugal as well. And, well, you, meaning, well, us, the three countries are the leaders then in the process once again. Well, but to Portugal, and you said actually that you have to learn the Ukrainian way of doing, or you have to take into account the Ukrainian circumstances, because obviously, you know, you have long experiences with building schools in Portugal. We saw impressive pictures, but how is it going so far? And how is the reception from the Ukrainian side? How's the interaction?
Maybe Luis can answer better that, but I think just the basic is that this is not something that we are doing alone. It's something that we are doing with Ukrainian authorities. So, and as Luis explained, this school was chosen with the Ukrainian authorities, not by us. And we presented our ideas, and we listened to the ideas, and we decided together. And the process will be like that, and I think it's that the basics of this. But Luis, you can...
Quite sure. That's quite right. The project started with the first step from the Prime Minister, and then we developed with firstly with the Ukrainian embassy in Portugal that we are working together very deeply, and we have been in many contacts. Then we've been working with at the distance in video conferences with some members of the Education and Science Ministry of Ukraine and of the Zhytomyr region. So there are technical difficulties. We have also received some advisors and politicians that stated us how what they wanted, where they wanted, the kind of structure that they needed, and the idea, the dream that they have. And now we're working and trying to go through the details and try to go forward that way. From the coffee break and the offstage discussions that I already had, many of the things that we thought and we were in doubt are already having some answers. Might not be the right answer, but I think that we'll come up with correct answers and do that work. But it's difficult because the uncertainty of the situation is very big, and our way of working will have to change, and that's a challenge for us, very big, but I think everyone jumped in the first moment. From our company, from our enterprise, people were at the first, maybe scared, not scared, but astonished, and then started the idea to sink in. And okay, let's do it. We had one of our workers used to work in a port. He's an engineer who used to work in a port in Ukraine. So we brought him together. He explained us, for instance, the currency and what we were talking about, some specifics of the Ukrainian culture, and that was very useful. And people are going and building that idea on a very small example, and as our ambassador has stated, we have many Ukrainian families, and we all know Ukrainian families, and so it was very easy for, as most certainly happened here, for small gestures of solidarity, of taking some goods and sending them for the lack of Ukraine, and all that works. It's not only a technical problem, it's also putting people together, working together, and here with the Estonian team, I think we are building some bridges that can ensure a better work for all of us.
If I can add something, these differences that you were asking, what are the differences? Basically, if you think in technicalities, the weather. The weather in Ukraine is completely different than the weather in Portugal. So the construction will be different also because of that. But not only that, we are all European countries, but we have specificities in our culture that differ from country to country. If we are proposing to create or to develop a hub of education, also those specificities need to be taken care of. And that's why the work together is so important.
And the bombshell, it's a mind-blowing new thing for us. So that kind of intellectual posture, it's hard in the beginning to think of it, but then we'll have to work on that. From different experience, the climate is the major, no doubt about that, and so that includes in the kind of constructions. But for instance, from our works, even the difference of the heights of people, for instance, most likely students may be bigger than usually, so we don't have this kind of tables, for instance, that their legs wouldn't. I think all of this has to be worked up, and that's a long way.
Thanks a lot.
Мене звуть Гладка Ірина, я депутатка Житомирської міської ради міста Житомира. І хочу подякувати всіх тут присутніх, звісно, всіх виступаючих в панелі, тому що вже сьогодні треба відбудовувати Україну, і ви вже цим займаєтеся і підкреслюєте саме відновлення школи в місті Житомирі 25-го ліцею. І я хочу прокоментувати і дуже подякувати вас саме за те, що відновлювати треба сьогодні, наскільки це актуально, і наповнювати цю школу, яка зруйнована, де навчається більше, ніж 1000 учнів. І хочу також подякувати Євгена Осіновського, який вже сьогодні наповнює цей ліцей і подарував 50 ноутбуків від Естонії, тому що вже сьогодні вчителі можуть в онлайн-режимі навчати учнів 25-го ліцею, допомагати нашим дітям під час вибухів навіть в підвалах вчитися. І ми дуже сподіваємося, що все ж таки ви відновите і допоможете цей ліцей, і наші діти будуть вже вчитися в оновлених стінах і наповненому школі, гімназії. Дякую.
Дуже дякую. Well, she's a member of the City Council of Zhytomyr, and extending her gratitude to everyone who is starting the work now, and of course that reconstruction of schools is immensely important. And well, there was a particular detail about the contribution made by Estonia, by Tallinn, but well, there are people whose linguistic capacities would go further than mine in this regard. So if somebody wants to, 50 computers, right? Good. Yes. Another confirmation that we are on the right road.
Так, доброго дня всім. Я також попрошу мені допомогти з перекладом. Мене звати Володимир Гевко, я є народний депутат України, заступник голови Комітету з питань бюджету.
Member of the Verkhovna Rada and deputy head of the budget committee in the Rada, right?
Перш за все, я хочу висловити глибоку подяку нашим друзям, нашим партнерам Естонії, Португалії за те, що ви робите, і за те, що ви є першими.
Thanks once again to Estonia and Portugal for your work and for being the first.
Зараз це надзвичайно важливо для України і надзвичайно важливо для нашої перемоги.
It's very important for Ukraine, very important for our victory.
У мене є два таких коротких питання для наших партнерів, пані міністерко, наші португальські друзі. Перше запитання, чи можете ви сказати, що було основною мотивацією, основним фактором, який вас привів до рішення вже допомагати Україні? І друге питання, що ми як парламентарі, як уряд України можемо на своєму рівні робити для того, щоб залучити інших партнерів до такої підтримки, яку нам зараз надає Естонія, яку нам надає Португалія? Що ми можемо зробити, щоб ці партнери до нас прийшли швидше?
Thank you for the two questions. First of all, what was the main motivator for Estonia, for Portugal to start the work already now? And the second, well, what can Ukraine do? What can members of the Verkhovna Rada do to attract other countries to follow the suit of Estonia and Portugal?
So I can start. yeah. I think there was no single reason or moment that we realized that we need to start a reconstruction now. It's just natural. We do whatever it takes to help Ukraine. We cannot wait behind the borders until you win and then come with equipment and schools and kindergartens. Since you are doing the hard work, you are contributing to our defense and security, as Arseni described. There's no one in Pskov. This is what we can do. It's only natural that in addition to the diplomatic and military support, we do the reconstruction work. We consider it extremely important. It's symbolic that we are not leaving you alone. We are in Ukraine and physically as well. I would say it's something in the society that most everyone shares. So it's easier as a politician to since it doesn't require a specific decision, but it's something natural that everyone expects you to do.
Thank you very much.
If I can add something, I agree completely about what Madam Minister said. And as I said before, when our Prime Minister visit in May and then the Minister visit in August, and what we see every day on the news, the destruction of the infrastructure, the basic infrastructures for the civil population to live, and the schools especially, it is something that we cannot wait to solve. As we here agree, it's better to do it in a long-term perspective, in the best quality, with a long-term perspective for the future, not for the immediate future, but for the real future, because that's what we are aiming to. But the basic reason is hope, create hope. It's a risk, of course, but if we don't do it, it's worse. So it's an investment on the future. The war is still there. We need to continue to help to fight. Ukraine is defending democracy in Europe, and we are all very grateful for that. So we need to support that. But we also need to support civil population and everyone like us that live in Ukraine and need the basic needs that we can help. And there's where we can help too. So I think that's the main reason. How to attract other countries to come? Fora like this helps. Sharing our experience helps. So I think that's a way of doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll add that, yes, I would even say that there's a war or a front, and then there are civilians that we need to help. The situation is not like that anymore, because Russia is basically given up waging the war and only committing war crimes. Mm-hmm. So if they are targeting schools and kindergartens, so this is what we need to do. And the shift in attitudes should happen in other countries as well, that of course weapons and ammunition is still needed in large quantities, but the war is waged in I don't know, on community level, infrastructure level as well. So these are the weapons we need to also provide.
Indeed, thank you. Question over there.
Thank you for a very interesting panel. My name is Aet Tader from Estonian Association of Architects. I rather have a comment. I was so happy to see the Portugal examples. I think it's really great job which you're doing. I think education is very important, and I think if we think about what are the conditions to give this education, what is the spatial format, then schools, kindergartens are very important. I think there can be a collaboration point here as well, because Estonia has been reforming the education as well. I think we have experience of over 20 state high schools. And yeah, in collaboration with our NGO, we have been putting together these briefs together with the state real estate company. So yeah, I think there's some shared knowledge which could really help in the context of Ukraine as well.
Thank you very much.
Коли почалась комунікація між Житомирською областю і Естонією, і коли Каймо з посольством оглядав об'єкти, потім СТДів приїжджав, оглядав, ми зустрічалися з вашими урядовцями, то, звичайно, було занепокоєння, чи Естонія зможе допомогти цілому регіону. Перекладіть, а потім я другу частину скажу.
Well, throughout the contacts with the ambassador, with the delegation of STEV that has been to Zhytomyr, there has been never a question that Ukraine would expect that Estonia would build up the whole oblast, the whole region.
Але ви розумієте, гуманітарна допомога, вона важлива, і ті продукти харчування, вони важливі, тому що сьогодні комусь вони дають можливість вижити. Але сьогодні ти з'їв консерву, завтра ти про неї забув. А побудований дитячий садок в Овручі, чи міст в Малині, чи школа в Житомирі пройдуть десятки років, а там буде майоріть прапор Естонії, Португалії, і завжди буде вдячність людей, наступних поколінь, вашим державам, Естонії, Португалії, за те, що ви це зробили для наших людей.
Humanitarian assistance is, of course, important, but when you build schools, this is something that will stay, and also the future generations will see the contribution of Estonia and Portugal as well.
Я Тетяна Циба, народний депутат також парламенту України. І я насправді хотіла також висловити вам величезну вдячність і наголосити на тому, підтвердити слова пана Урмаса про те, що ви даєте нам не тільки зброю, але й дуже важливо, що ви даєте нам надію.
Again, grateful, and as the minister said, it's not only about weapons, but we are also giving hope.
І ще дуже важливо, що, знаєте, от зараз ми спілкуємось, як всі українські парламентарі спілкуються з представниками багатьох інших країн. І насправді ми всі говоримо про тісну і дуже плідну співпрацю Естонії з Житомирським регіоном. Закликаємо парламентарів і представників інших країн до схожої співпраці з іншими регіонами. І у нас завжди звучить оцей приклад цієї кооперації як дуже вдалий і дуже потрібний приклад. Тому дякую вам.
Thank you. Well, that the members of the parliament are talking to representatives of many other countries, and they are always bringing the cooperation between Estonia and the Zhytomyr region as an excellent example. And, well, they're in the back.
Hi, my name is Nadia Stacheshina. I'm a representative of BGV Group Management / BGV Charity Fund. We have two organizations within our structure. And we are a business, and we continue to invest in Ukraine. The crash stone production was actually our investment that we maintain and continues through the war. What I wanted to say, and what I wanted to ask you, there are myriads of ways of how to approach rebuild Ukraine, or Ukraine renovation, or Ukraine 3.0 or 5.0. There is surely humanitarian help. There is surely the assistance that you provide in terms of building bridges, schools, and ensuring that there is an education for future small Ukrainians who will be doing the work in a few years. But the other thing is supporting the investment, because we can surely wait when the war ends, but there is no timeline, a definite timeline when it will end. And we continue to invest. We continue to invest in the portfolio of our mining projects, for example, that entails investing in the graphite production, beryllium, rare earths, metals, all of the critical materials that EU put in their books. But we can't find investor and attract investor due to the risk of the war. So my question is, comment is, there is a dire need to cover the risks of war. And I know that US is working, and the diplomats of US institutions are working with this, but is EU doing some steps
in these ways, because we as Ukrainians, entrepreneurs, investors, we continue to be agile and we continue to invest. We need the help of European institutions to make sure that European investors, even during the war, will come and invest into Ukraine. That would be actually the effect that it will bring will be exponential. That will create jobs, that will create security, and that will create incentive for people to come back to Ukraine also for building their future.
Thank you very much. And if I may add, well, that's the question you really hear most often. Obviously, the war is holding investors back from Ukraine, and if there would be an insurance scheme in place, it would be so much easier. Minister, do you have a comforting answer to that?
I would say global Ukraine reconstruction plans, they all start with an insurance fund that would offer the security for not only European but global investors that are not that close to Ukraine or doesn't understand the situation. They just estimate the risks on paper. And I think this type of global investment scheme is necessary, but it takes time. As we described it, even the school and kindergarten, it's too slow for wartime needs. The global insurance has, well, similar problems. It doesn't mean that we don't have to work in that direction. The insurance should be ready as soon as the war has won by Ukrainians. But so far, we can't get around of this personal contacts or human contacts. Estonia is in Zhytomyr helping, and I've been to Ukraine just thanks to Arseni. Arseni holds the friendship between the Estonian parliament and the Verkhovna Rada. And it's the same, the Portuguese are building the Lycée number 25 because of the people of Ukrainian origin. You have personal contact, someone you trust, someone who says that you need to be in Ukraine and say, okay, now I'm not afraid. I know it's difficult to implement it in business contracts, but currently, I think the situation is that you have to be convincing. You have to have many personal contacts, and this is one of the reasons we have the Reconstruction Forum in a physical form, not a virtual one. And I hope to see you soon in Lisbon.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I think that was concluding our panel very well about the importance of human contact, and this Estonian, Ukrainian, Portuguese lineup on the stage has done its part for the contacts, and I believe they all deserve a good round of applause. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dear people, actually, I was just trying to conclude the panel. Our conference is not over yet. We still, before the lunchtime, I mean, I understand I'm standing again between you and the lunch at the moment, but still there is a few minutes of your time that I would like to take and of your attention, namely to have concluding words from the Ukrainian side by obviously the most visible face of Ukraine in Estonia on a daily basis, Mariana Betsa, the Ukrainian ambassador in Estonia.
distinguished colleagues, dear participants, it is indeed a great honor for me to speak here today at the concluding remarks. It was a really great forum, very interesting and very high-level presence, including President of Estonia, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Estonia, Urmas Reinsalu, Minister of Infrastructure, and many high-level visitors. Indeed, I'm grateful to the Estonian side, to the Estonian government, and personally to Minister Urmas Reinsalu for organizing this event. It is the first regional forum abroad, and it is indeed a precedent where Estonia again showed its leadership of being first, not only in terms of providing Ukraine with weapons before the war, but also in terms of reconstruction and starting practical implementation of reconstruction in the Zhytomyr region. But of course, today is 287th day of Ukraine's fight against Russian very barbaric and bloody war against my country. And for 287 days, Ukrainian people are being killed, Ukrainian cities are being bombed, and Ukraine is being under attack. But also for 287 days, Ukraine fights. Kherson is liberated, Bakhmut holds on, and our resolve and resilience will not be undermined. Ukraine will continue its struggle to liberate its territories, including parts of occupied Donbass and Crimea. As our President of Ukraine stated, without full withdrawal of Russian troops from the territory of Ukraine, without full liberation of Ukraine from Russian invaders, without restoration of our integrity, without reparations and compensations to Ukraine, and without punishment of war criminals, political and military leadership, we will not have any peace negotiations with Russia, because we do understand that peace means war in terms of Russia. Peace means truce, temporary truce for Russia to replenish stocks, to get more mobilized people, and to attack harder in spring. And this is very dangerous. But I would like to say that this is not only about Ukraine. Ukraine is already winning in many ways, militarily, politically, information-wise, and Russia lost already, and they know it. And that's why Russia resorts to energy blackmail, nuclear blackmail, terrorism and genocide against Ukrainian people on a daily basis, because it lost militarily, politically, information-wise. And the only instrument it has now, energy, terror, and actual winter. Winter right now in Ukraine is an instrument of Russia's war against Ukraine, because Russia wants Ukraine to freeze, that there is no more Ukraine. The people freeze, country is frozen, people leave the country, and there's humanitarian crisis at the borders of European Union, and Russia will just attack harder. But this will not happen. Yes, it's difficult to live without electricity, water, without basic needs. It's extremely difficult. My entire family is in Ukraine as well. And many people returned and are not living, because it's our home, and we understand that we have to protect it. It's existential fight. It's either Ukraine or Russia. It's either democracy or dictatorship. It's either freedom or authoritarian regime. And we made our choice. We want to live in a free European country, part of EU and part of NATO. But we need more help from our partners. And first, of course, is weapons, as was stated by many people here and many high-level speakers. Air defense systems, tanks, NATO heavy artillery, MLRS. We need it, and especially air defense to close our skies. Second, more sanctions. The sanctions are working, but they're too little, too late. We need much more. I know the ninth package has been prepared, and we need much stronger ninth package. Full energy embargo, full oil embargo on Russia, disconnection of all Russian and Belarusian banks from SWIFT, more individual sanctions on Russian citizens involved in all criminal activities in Ukraine. Third, EU membership. Ukraine already got a candidate status, and we're very much grateful to all countries, and especially to Estonia, for promoting and lobbying our candidacy. But we would like to open pre-accession negotiations next year. Fourth, NATO membership. We applied for accelerated procedure, because we understand that NATO is the only security guarantee of Ukraine, the only. And I would say that Ukraine, after this war, after we win, will emerge as a new regional power in Europe. I'm more than confident, looking how motivated and brave our people are. Fifth, accountability of Russia. Russia, political leadership, military leadership should pay for all criminal activities, for genocide, terrorism, aggression in international court. And that's why we're advocating for a special tribunal on the crime of aggression. And we're very much grateful to Estonia for lobbying this issue among many other countries. It should be like Nuremberg tribunal. This is exactly right now a 1938 moment in history. And we should not give in to Russian ultimatums, no matter how hard it is, and the winter will be extremely hard. We have to endure it, and together, strong and united, fight Russia and defeat it. And the last one, recovery. This is the sixth pillar, I would say, in our overall activities. Recovery is an extremely important element of our future victory. And I'm very grateful again to Estonia for being the first to start practical implementation and taking Zhytomyr region as a region for its patronage. I know that there are 2 facilities already in process, as it was stated, kindergarten in Overreach and Malin Bridge. And as I got the latest information, Estonian Development Agency this week is starting already practical work in Zhytomyr in terms of kindergarten. I'm very grateful for this. I'm also grateful to our Portuguese colleagues and very grateful for this regional, inter-regional, cross-dimensional cooperation where 2 countries are combined. As it was stated by our Ukrainian speakers, we have a fast recovery plan, which is aimed at recovery of critical infrastructure needs. And this is what we're doing now. And we have a more bigger plan, entire recovery of Ukraine. Not just rebuilding roads, not just rebuilding schools, which is extremely important, but rebuilding Ukraine's economy, to make economy really European economy. And investment into Ukraine today is investment into actually EU future member state. And it is worth risking, despite security challenges, which are absolutely understandable for many investors. But you could be the first. And after the war, you will be the first to benefit from your leadership and from your courage. We are very much grateful to each of you for helping Ukraine. And I know that Estonian people are amazing. Every 3rd person donated and made private donation to Ukraine. I'm very grateful to each of you. And of course, in terms of our overall efforts, we have to stay united. And I'm more than confident that Ukraine will win this war. But of course, we need much more help from our partners. And let's be brave. Let's help Ukraine despite what, and we would definitely win this war. We can do this. Ukraine is confident now, but without your help, it would be a bit more difficult. And on a personal note, I would like to thank everyone who helped us organize this conference. First of all, of course, it was organized by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Estonian Development Agency, Embassy of Ukraine in Estonia, and our members of the parliament, and the representatives of the Zhytomyr region. You've done tremendous work, and this is exactly a precedent when we have a unique regional conference in another country abroad, maybe a precedent for other states to take this lead. And also, on a more personal note, I would like to thank 2 persons from Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs who've done a tremendous job. And I would just to name them is Relika Vinurim and also Christina Ots. They've done tremendous job, so I think they deserve a credit. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much, Mariana, for those inspiring words. And as you were encouraging to take the risk, well, there is no other option, obviously. That's the only morally right option available to us. I just want to finish with a couple of remarks. Well, first of all, indeed, it's been unique, the forum today, that it's a reconstruction event that takes place outside Ukraine, and that we have participants. Well, it takes place in Estonia, but also there is Portugal heavily involved. From my own side, from the Estonian Foreign Ministry side, I should say that I'm also very happy that besides gathering different countries, it's gathering also different sectors. I've been talking to people from private companies. There are representatives of Estonian state institutions, NGOs, universities. I think it's a useful event to bring different people together for the cause of Ukraine. So obviously, it's only left for me to wish you victory as fast as possible, перемоги. And finally, well, you are all invited to lunch, and the lunch will be accompanied by, well, among the best things that Ukraine has to offer, meaning Ukrainian wine from producers like Bekush and Stachowski. So enjoy your lunch, and thank you once more very much for taking part. Thank you.